my daughter, it was big. Yeah, it turned on. So is it red? Yeah. She had it for like over a week.
And it was
It took a while to get out of her system.
I turned mine on.
Always that.
We are self-sufficient.
Are you ready?
Want to lead the pledge? If I call on you, will you lead the pledge? Yeah. I'll call on you. Do you like my sign language?
Maybe he's trying to be incognito.
I think he likes to lead the pledge.
I would bet he does.
Trust me, I've been at some meetings where he's been very loud about saying the pledge during all the masks and everything, so.
Good.
Whatever raising your mic.
Hey, if anything, we know how to get all the teachers together, right?
Are you ready?
My sweater. I'm not putting it on yet. Let's see how long it lasts. It's like, just never know.
Right? It is cold in here, but it feels good tonight.
What's that?
As you can see, we have a full house tonight, so if you could make sure your cell phones and your watches are off or silenced, that would be great. It creates less distraction. The time is now 6 o'clock, and we'll call the meeting to order. Approval of the agenda. I'm going to motion that we approve the agenda, however, taking out line 5 where it says work study session. Unfortunately, that was a typo. It's the April 26, 2023 work study session minutes. So it gave itself its own number. So that's not an actual item, the work study session. It is part of the line above it. So I motion that we approve the agenda based on the work study session being eliminated as its own item and being part of the line above. Do I have a second?
Can I amend that motion to also pull the payroll vouchers and account payable vouchers for discussion from the consent agenda?
So we have a motion to approve the agenda with the work study session as part of the line above it, not its own entity, and pulling out the payroll vouchers
Yes, and accounts payable.
and accounts payable vouchers to be their own action items. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Good, will you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Next up is the approval of the minutes from April 12th, 2023, the business meeting, and April 26th, 2023, the work study session. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the minutes.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up will be informational reports, and we'll hear from Dr. J.
All right. Madam President, members of the board and guests, thank you for all being here tonight. So I have a few comments tonight, just been a lot going on. It's the end of the year, so I'll try to move through this quickly. But first of all, it's Teacher Appreciation Week, and I just want to, again, thank you, all our teachers. PTO's been doing amazing things for our teachers all week. And I've talked to your principals leading up to it, and each one has different things going on at the site. So again, we're very appreciative of all our staff and all the hard work that you've done. And we've had a lot going on this year, and I'm just excited to see a lot of you here tonight, and then also coming back for next year. So we appreciate you more than you'll ever know. I also want to give a special thanks to John Flynn. I know I don't see him here tonight, but John has been working so hard on consolidation behind the scenes. He's working weekends. He's constantly making things happen with consolidation. How quickly the middle school has transformed from a storage area to almost ready for kids to enter has been amazing. And he's been able to save a lot of money by the way he's done things and using his staff. So we appreciate that a lot. I want to give some athletics updates. So first of all, I want to special thanks to, congratulations actually to our baseball team. They finished third in the power rankings heading into the playoffs. They made it to the quarterfinals. They did lose to River Valley 2-1 in the quarterfinals. It was a very tough game. I was there for that, and they played really hard. They had an amazing season, and I know that the foundation is built and they'll continue to have success moving on. We've had a great year of athletics at Fountain Hills High School. Track and field, we had a lot of people qualify for state. Sky Alker, 400 meter, 800 meter, Zion Atwood, 300 meter hurdles, 4x400, 4x800, Eliana Bartman, discus, 4x400, 4x800, JP Cahill, long jump, 4x400, Sarah deadlifts, 4x8 and 4x4, Franklin Fiola, 4x4, 4x8, Ali Garrett, 4x4, 4x8, Aaron Hooley, 1600 meter, 800 meter, 4x4 and 4x8, T.I. Tyler Irvine Violet, 4x4, 4x8, Caleb Lara, 400 by 800 meter, Giada Lombardo pole vault, Gunnar Wise 300 meter hurdles, high jump 4x4, Colby Wright 4x8. So quite a bit of our track team. So it's really impressive to see our track and field out there doing well and making it to state. Also want to congratulate our beach volleyball program. We have one of the top programs in the state. They finished 8th in the power rankings. They were able to get again to the quarterfinal. They did lose to the eventual state champion South Point, but played hard all season. And Coach Pete's done a great job over the years and did a great job again this year. Also want to congratulate our pairs beach volleyball. We had 2 pairs make the state tournament, Kit Garman and Jocelyn Bladel, and Sydney Beauchamps and Bella Garman made it. So again, congratulations to them for all their hard work. And lastly, as of the time I was putting this together, Ethan Schaefer was competing in the golf state championships, and I will have an update on where he finished moving forward. So congrats to all that. This Friday, very excited, we have our Hall of Fame class of 2023 coming in. This is something that has not happened in a long time and something I want to bring back. And so I want to thank our committee. We have a committee of coaches that have been working on this, and special thank you to Evelyn Wynn for overseeing that. Coach Baca, Coach Salzman, Coach Pete. There's a bunch of people involved in this, but we've worked really hard. We have 14 former athletes going into the Hall of Fame this Friday. It is an invitation-only event because there's dinner being served, put on by the Booster Club. So the Booster Club stepped up to make this a really special night. We have one of our Hall of Famers in the room here being inducted on Friday, standing up in the back, and Coach Bonner. So yeah. So we're going to have, the class of 2023 is a big class. We're very excited for them. A couple things on consolidation. Like I said, we've got the middle school really has come along, the new middle school. We're finalizing construction, the construction process, and bids will be coming forward to you guys soon on McDowell Mountain. Remember that the majority of the work is in spaces that are outside the classroom, so it should not have an effect on August 3rd. We also want to share that we just received a very, very nice donation from the Peter and Teresa Conti Foundation. They're going to donate a total of $75,000 to the library over at the new McDowell Mountain. So we're super appreciative of them for stepping up. Our facility use committee met yesterday to ask them for feedback on all the consolidation projects, and everything was well received, and they like the direction that we're heading. Will continue to give us guidance moving forward. We had STEAM night at McDowell Mountain. Kevin put on, part of his goals this year was to open the school more to parents in the community after COVID, and he's going to have a beautiful facility to do that starting next year again to grow upon that. But it was a very successful night for STEAM night at McDowell Mountain. This is another project that we're doing in the hallways. And so this is what one of the hallway walls is about to look like, possibly by tomorrow. I want to thank Heather Atkins, a parent at the middle school, has volunteered the last really 2 weeks of working to paint all the hallways of the new middle school to brighten them and put some patterns in there to really make it feel awesome. And she's done all this for free as well to donate to the school. So special thank you to Heather for her work. Some events we have coming up. We have preschool graduation. That's a big one Kevin's going to be putting on. It's such a cute event. May 25th at the McDowell Mountain Multipurpose Room at 9:15 a.m. If anyone wants to come and see our preschoolers get ready for kindergarten. We also have kindergarten promotion, which is the same day, about an hour later. So they're just going to move right in. They can stick around and see what the next one looks like. So 10:15 a.m. at McDowell Mountain as well. Some 8th grade events. We have their annual 8th grade trip. They have Golfland Sunsplash coming up on May 15th. So thank you to our administrators for making that happen. And then we have promotion on May 25th at 6 p.m. For our 8th graders promoting into high school. At the high school, we have our band concert on May 18th at 7 p.m. in the high school gym. We have senior award night tomorrow night at 7 p.m. The grad walk. We have one of the grad walks will be at Fort McDowell on May 25th at 9 a.m. Then we have our senior breakfast at 7:30 a.m. on May 25th, Mr. Hartman, 6th? 6th. Okay, I didn't put the date. My notes were wrong here. We have graduation on May 26th, 7:30 at the Fountain Park. Falcon Fiesta afterward at 10 p.m. in the high school gym. All these are available on our website for anybody to go and see all the end of the year events. We had prom over the weekend, and everything I heard from Mr. Hartman is it went very smooth, and it was a great night. Special thanks to our Stugo and administration for putting that on, but also a big thanks to the Fountain Hills Coalition. They worked really hard to have what's called the Falcon Promise, with prom capitalized, and it was a promise to have a alcohol-free, drug-free night, be responsible and safe, and it sounds like everything went smooth at prom. So again, thank you, Coalition, for all your efforts. Kids signed a pledge to have a safe night, and that was awesome that happened. Lastly, I'm going to give a quick update on playgrounds. We're finalizing some playground items that we'll be bringing to the board shortly. This has been fun because I've had a second and third grade focus group of students, and actually they're going to come and present on their work that they did on picking out playgrounds at an upcoming meeting. We vetted all the equipment through the trust, our insurance company, through our second and third graders, through a playground committee of parents, and through our facility use committee. So this is not final, but these are some ideas here. This is for kindergarten, so this would be their own playground set over there. and this is the back side of it. So a lot of these look really small, but they're much bigger in real life. But this will give our kindergartners something to work with. Our 1st through 5th graders really like this. These are geometric cubes and gives them a lot of different options. This is the back side of that. This is another piece that they really liked that had kind of a multi-purpose to it, several slides, different activities. This is the one they like the best. This is the space, kind of like a space station that goes with our Dark Skies community and what we're doing with the library. So really cool stuff. And if everything works out, you can kind of see how that would flow through the courtyard of the new school. It'd be a centerpiece of that school that would really sell the building and really get our kids excited and interested about playing more and having just a great experience at school. And we're really pushing play here because we believe strongly that our kids are on technology too much. They need to play more, and we need to give them an opportunity to do that outside. We also have our Honors and Gifted program is moving forward. This is our middle school, K-5, and then 6-8, but the 6-8 one is the one that's really a kind of a self-contained program. And we have 3 teachers that will be teaching that for next year, and that is Mary McDonald, Chrissy Beard, and Ray McCanna. So we're very excited about what they are going to bring to the table as far as the program. The program really is about being student-centered. It is about integration of core academic coursework and standards through thematic relationships. So working on something in social studies that also fits into science and English. It's really about project-based learning, exploring themes, and it's also a lot of collaboration, learning about how to work together, getting ready for those next level jobs, and focusing on our portrait of a graduate, which are the 6 skills that we are really working hard moving forward to make sure all of our students have when they leave. So I know that was a lot, but with that, I conclude my comments.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments for Dr. J? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to governing board reports. We'll start with Mr. Saar.
Nothing tonight.
Okay, Mrs. Acker.
Oh, I attended STEAM night, which was incredible. It was very full, and everybody was having a great time there. And I did go to the coffee with Mr. Wilkerson, and it's good to know that the teachers are already packing. There's a place for them to put all their boxes, so things are moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Settle.
So I attended the stakeholders input for security cameras and was glad to see community members and the staff that was there and family member parents as part of the committee. I also was able to go to the boys playoff game. Those boys played hard. It was a great game. It was fun to see the spirit in the crowds. I also want to I saw Mr. Flynn walk in, and I wanted to say thank you, and thank you to Todd Harris and the Four Peaks Rotary. Participated in the painting day, and it was really heartwarming to see all the community involvement, and it was a lot of fun to participate. So thank you again. I know it's Teacher Appreciation Week, so thank you to all you teachers that are here and that show up every day to work and help our kids learn and grow. Appreciate you.
Okay. Ms. Reed.
I was able to help at the PBIS store, my kids and I, and we always enjoy that. We have a lot of fun, and the kids are great. We get to interact with them a little bit, and we're constantly surprised, or not even surprised, just hopeful because we see how kind they are and how excited they are with this program. I attended the lattes with Latona, Coffee with Kevin. That was great. It's always good to get the updates from the site admin. And then I also attended the camera input group and as well as the facilities use committee meetings, and I found those very informative as well.
Thank you. I attended the facilities use committee. I'm still on there as a sitting board member, so I attended that meeting. I appreciate all the information that Dr. J gave to the committee yesterday, that we got to see the playground. I cannot wait for the kids to come in and talk about the playground, because that's why I'm here, is for the kids. I love to talk to them and hear their ideas. So thank you for everything that you did yesterday, and I want to thank the Conti Foundation, Peter and Teresa, for their donation to the library. That's an amazing donation, and for two people who actually don't have kids in our school district, have never had kids in our school district, they really put a lot of effort into our district, and that's greatly appreciated because the community is very important, and I appreciate that they come, and Peter's been the Falcon periodically at events, and so he does whatever he can to help out, so thank you. And then I will just reiterate what Mrs. Settle said, that thank you to all the teachers that are in the audience tonight. It's great to see your faces. I just appreciate that every day you show up to work. It's always been said that teachers teach because they have heart for kids, and we know that that's why you're all here. So, thank you very much. Next up, we're going to do district celebrations with Falcon of the Month, and we're going to start with Mr. Wilkinson at McDowell Mountain.
Hello, all right. Good evening. So tonight I have the privilege and the honor to recognize two Falcons, and we're going to start with the staff member. And tonight we are recognizing Lisa Cartagini. And here's what I had to say about Ms. Cartagini. The conductor of our front office orchestra, Lisa is an invaluable member of our McDowell Mountain team. She's often the first one to arrive at school and almost always the last one to leave, which is a testament to her dedication to McDowell Mountain, which spans almost 30 years. She has worn many hats during her career, which is why she is our go-to person for anything from the printer being jammed to needing a sub for your classroom or something as simple as a Band-Aid. Lisa is pulled in many directions, but is always there to greet our visitors with a smile. Lisa is known for saying that McDowell Mountain is her second family, which would make her the mama bear of our team, which, for those of you who know her, fits her to a T. She has even taught me some Spanish, which comes in handy with some of our families. Simply put, there are not enough words in the English language to express my gratitude for all that you have done for me, Lisa, and for our school. You always have my back, and I am very grateful for that. In closing, there's not much more I can say other than, and she taught me this, muchas gracias, Mama Osa. Thank you very much, Mama Bear, for all you do for MES and your continued dedication to our staff, students, and families. Mrs. Lisa Cartagini. Next up, we have our Student Falcon of the Month, and this month we are recognizing Ariana Novak. And this is from her resource teacher, Ms. Prosopoulos. Ariana is a model Falcon. She is respectful, responsible, safe, and kind. Ariana comes to class with a skip in her step and a sweet smile on her face. She arrives ready to tackle the day every day. She is diligent about getting her work done and takes pride in her achievements. She has made huge gains with her academics and her confidence this school year. I am so proud of you. Go Ariana. Love, Miss P. Ariana Novak. Next up, Dr. Wheeldriver.
Hello, everyone. Oh, thank you. So I get the honor of my nomination of Miss Stephanie Beck. She is one of a kind. I know she's in here. Is she blushing yet?
She's back there.
Is she hiding? She is the heartbeat of our middle school. Her school spirit and enthusiasm never dies and is loved by all. Basically, she is the cheerleader. She makes the whole school stand out. She's very resourceful. She is an excellent for customer service, and she is our frontline worker. She knows everybody. We like to call her the hostess with the mostest. Students and staff and parents all have a great amount of respect for her and value her commitment to our school. She is amazing. Not only does she know every kid by name, but she is very close to knowing all the parents as well. And so forth, grandparents, aunts, uncles, you name it, she knows them all. She comes to work with a smile on her face and immediately starts her day off running, literally. She's the first one to arrive and sets a positive tone for the day. If you know Mrs. Beck, you'll know she's the jack of all trades. And as we like to say, a master of them all. She is a pleasure to work with, is an amazing team player, who is always willing to go above and beyond to make sure everybody is supported and taken care of. And she will do everything in a pinch and just be there to say, I'm here, what do you need me to do? That's why we love you, Miss Beck. Come on down.
That's
She
right,
has
Steph.
been with us for what, a million years? 18. Oh, 18.
And she's known everybody for 18 years, every single class.
Yes, so, thank you.
Oh.
So for our student, his name is Clyde Kingley. I'm not sure if he's here, but I'm going to talk about good old Clyde. He represents the Falcon Way to a high degree. He's kind to all, respectful always, responsible and self-directed in his work, and he conducts himself with the safety and the well-being of others in mind. He displays a maturity beyond his years, and in the way he takes responsibility for getting his work done and for doing his work to the best of his ability. His desire to learn and grow is strong, and his efforts in that direction are consistent. He is kind and ready, and his smile is readily available all the time, according to Ms. Reinhold, is that he has a unique smile and that his classmates know that they are safe around him and he will never be hurtful in the word. Great work, Clyde. So that's
Is he here?
Thank you.
Is he here?
No, I didn't see him.
Yes, okay, all right.
Okay. Next up is Mr. Hartman with the high school.
Next up, Mr. Hartman.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I am still tired from prom. I'm ashamed to admit, hadn't seen the outside world at midnight for a long time. Got these on my phone here, so excuse me 1 second. Okay, first up, staff. In addition to being a terrific registrar, Ms. Kim Garman wears too many hats to mention at Fountain Hills High School. She knows many roles and is always ready and willing to do whatever the school needs to keep us running smoothly. Whether it be guarding a gate, and I can tell you I would not want to be a student coming in late with her at the gate. She's known as the tardy police, working with students, covering the front office, giving a tour, or monitoring attendance. Ms. Garman and her endless energy always has the best interests of Fountain Hills High School and FHUSD in mind. In short, she's the ultimate team player, and she's completely unaware of the phrase, as many of us are, that's not in my job description. Campuses everywhere need more Kim Garments. Okay. Our student of the month. Adam Oberg is a student who actively participates in class and enriches the education of both his teachers and his classmates daily. Each day he shows up to class eager to learn, with a smile on his face, to share his knowledge and energy with his classmates. He's not afraid to ask questions regarding understanding of the content and always offers to help his peers who are struggling. He's a spirited student and a pleasure to have in class, and that is from Miss Olivia Long.
Hey, Chris, one more.
Next up is John Flynn with the transportation staff.
Good evening, Dr. J, Governing Board. Thanks for having me tonight. The number of tasks associated with building consolidation is at times daunting. When I suggested we abandon the use of outside professional help in order to save money and time, I regretted it almost immediately. When I made the suggestion to Dr. J that it was based on the idea that we would be able to use transportation, landscaping staff, and possibly volunteers to supplement some of the workload. While I had specific staff in mind for the assignment, there was no guarantee they would sign up for the help because I did not mention to them ahead of time. As it turned out, our staff was all in. While tonight we're honoring 2 of the 3 individuals who, in addition to their daily responsibilities, have been in it all day, almost daily, I want to recognize some of the others from time to time who have stepped up when called upon for building consolidation. Cecilio Dominguez, he is one of our landscapers. Gary Grover, who is a previous Falcon of the Month award winner, he helps on a daily basis. Robert Gustafson, who's one of the custodians here at the high school. Becky Kaiser, who's one of my drivers. Jerome Kaiser, her husband, and also a driver. Luis Pena, he is a landscaper. Daisy Ramirez, who is my assistant and works in transportation. Jose Ramos, who is the lead on the landscaping crew. And Ray Smith, who's also a previous Falcon of the Month recipients. The 2 individuals I've nominated tonight were have literally moved more than 11 tons worth of material. Prepped and painted walls, cleaned floors and bathrooms, among other things. It's my honor to present the Falcon of the Month to Randy Jensen and Mike McElroy. Thanks, buddy.
Krista, do we have a district office presentation?
We do.
Okay, who would like to present that? Kaylee. Kaylee Brown from Human Resources. You're welcome.
Good evening, Madam President and the board. Tonight, I'm pleased to present our honorary Falcon of the Month, Dr. J. wait, we actually have things to say about you.
Oh my
too. I thought you were gonna know as soon as you saw Tamara, and I was like, Tamara, sit down. So you don't know about it, sorry. You hate this attention, I know you hate the spotlight, but you definitely deserve it. So a couple of us have just a few things to say about you. First up is gonna be Mr. Hartman, and then Chris Alexander.
Oh, good, she made the font really big. This is going to be kept to about 25 minutes. Dr. J has been a true servant leader for FHUSD and a great colleague. His transparency, positivity, and visibility have been outstanding. And to work with someone who truly wants what is best for kids is refreshing and rejuvenating for all of us. We thank you, Dr. J, for treating everyone with respect, being nice, and being innovative and willing to try new ideas and take risks. And we look forward to the continued rejuvenation of FHUSD. Frank, your pup, has clearly taught you well. Thank you. Next is Mr. Alexander.
Good evening, everyone. Kane, I know you hate this, so I'll keep it as brief as I can. Since Kane arrived back at FHUSD, there has been a different feel and attitude that permeates throughout the district. The level of collaboration, positivity, and family feel have increased tenfold. The vision and guidance he's provided in the short time he's been our superintendent has pushed us forward and put us in a position to achieve what some may think was impossible. Kane's passion for our district is contagious. His enthusiasm to make this district one of the best in the state is the reason why you see the gains we've seen. He's a pleasure to work with, and I look forward to helping him guide our students and our staff for years to come. Thanks, Kane. Next will be Val Remy.
Oh my gosh. We're good. I'm kidding.
Funny spot to be in, right? So, Kane, I am so happy to be here and congratulate you for being one of our Falcons of the Month. Who knew that 12 years ago, when you and Tamara and Liam came to see me, Liam was in my first grade class, and he sat across from me. And I had to have my conferences with you guys. So that was a while ago, 12 years ago. I'm thankful for you trusting me with your kids for 2 grade levels, 6 times. Some years were more fun than others. It was definitely fun, though. Most of all, thank you for always being available for me when I need to hear your wonderful words of wisdom and believing in me to do my job as dean at the middle school. I appreciate all you do and your love for the district. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jessica.
All right. I'm known for my quotes, so here's one for you. Bill Bradley once said, "Leadership is unlocking people's potential to become better." Dr. J has been working to unlock the potential of our district and those that are in it since he's come back. He always seems to keep an open mind and thinks outside the box to solve problems, sometimes way outside the box. When making decisions, he always keeps our staff, students, and community at the center of his decisions. Throughout this year, I have observed Dr. J brainstorm ways to solve a variety of problems, including issues with our schedule. During this time, he has shown me that he values the opinions of others and appreciates honesty, feedback, and collaboration. Throughout this process, Dr. J unlocked opportunities for me to learn and grow as an administrator, while the leadership team continues to unlock the potential of our staff and students under his guidance. He eats, sleeps, and breathes the Falcon way, and I'm excited to see what potential will continue to be unlocked under his leadership. Up next is Kevin.
I'm just happy to let me speak. I
I think it's pretty fitting that you brought the Falcon of the Month to Fountain Hills and now you're receiving the award. I think it's very fitting. So here's what I have to say about our fearless leader. Thank you, Kane, for your continued support, leadership, and guidance as we take FHUSD back to prominence. From day one, you have always made yourself available to all stakeholders to help address concerns and solve any issues that arise. Your vision for the district is exciting, and I'm grateful to be a small part in helping bring it to fruition. I want to recognize the Jagodinski family, Tamara, Liam, Zoe, Kale, and of course Frank the Tank, for allowing your dad to dedicate the time necessary to lead our district and to be the positive servant leader that he is. I am very grateful for you, Dr. J, and I am very excited to continue to work with you to bring back FHUSD. P.S. Do I receive a stipend for this? We also have every single student at McDowell Mountain and every staff member at McDowell Mountain. They found out that you were the Falcon of the Month, so we made this poster, and every single student and staff member signed it. So this is for you. Next up, we have Alicia, and I think I'll get an answer to my stipend question.
I'm pretty sure the answer is no. You missed. Strikeout.
I didn't know who Kane was when I started working at Fountain Hills, so I was unaware of the impact that he would have on me. He saw me as an asset to this district before he knew me. From the moment I met him, I knew he was going to be amazing to work with, because that's what it is to him. We don't work for him, we work with him. He is kind, patient, and 100% understanding of our point of views and the knowledge that backs them up. He admits that he is inexperienced and can laugh at himself. And more importantly, he believed in me when I wasn't sure I believed in myself. So Kane, although you may not know it, your presence makes us all better. Thank you for everything you've done and will continue to do. Is Dr. Wheeldner.
All right, Dr. J, Dr. W. I love that our names do that. Okay, it's an honor to recognize you because you actually have given me the opportunity to believe in me and give me the opportunity to be principal in my first year. So I thank you for that. And I love the fact that you are our Falcon of the Month. I really do look up to you and see you that you are a born leader. Your dedication to this district and to the town of Fountain Hills is heartfelt. I admire everything that you do to ensure the safety and well-being of all students, that they are taught with high expectations and represent the Falcon way. So thank you for all that you do for our students, teachers, and staff in the community. Next up is John.
Dr. J, you look truly surprised. So
I'm pretty sure
I
it's
need
Kane.
the Fountain Hills Times to get on that and do an investigative piece on how Kane didn't know about this with all of us involved. I mean, he is definitely, he's in the know when it comes to our district. Dr. Jagodinski is well-deserving this honorary Falcon of the Month. Going forward, we should be mindful of his tireless work on behalf of our students, staff, and community, and the standard by which all future Falcon of the Month candidates are measured. His stewardship of the district assets as we consolidate our school community will benefit the district for many years. Dr. J's vision for our future and the future success of our students will position the FHUSD family and the community for the challenges of the next quarter century. Lastly, I'm grateful to call Kane a mentor and a colleague.
Okay, Kane, we are almost done. I do want to make it clear that I loved this idea, but it was not mine. You have been been such a blessing to this district. You continuously fight for not only the children of our town, the staff that work for you, but also the community in whole. It's refreshing to have somebody in your position that truly appreciates living, working, and going to school in Fountain Hills. I thoroughly enjoy working and learning alongside you, and hope you know every day how much this community appreciates you. Thank you for all that you do.
Dr. J. Dr. J is committed to creating an environment which promotes excellence for students, faculty, and staff. His decisions are based on what is best in the best interest of the students. He represents the essence of Falcon of the Month through his enthusiastic innovation and love for our community and schools. Thank you for all you do.
All right, I worked with Dr. J in Scottsdale, where he excelled as principal of Arcadia High School. I'll have you know he was one of the only principals that didn't receive groans from the whole HR department after we hung up the phone. And that's really hard to do, so congrats on that. Dr. J shows more passion for this district than any other superintendent I've worked for. His dedication to this district is so fierce that we have a running joke that this is his fourth child. I don't know if you know, we call you Dad behind your back. There is a reason why families are coming back to this district. There's a reason why previous employees are returning and why current employees are excited to come back. That reason is Dr. J. Over the past 10 months, you have blown us away with your accomplishments and your leadership. It's been an honor to learn from you, and it's been a pleasure to work with you. Thank you for all you do for this district and for pushing us all to be 1% better each day.
Well, thank you, everyone. I didn't know I was qualified for that award, so I'll have to change that. No. I just appreciate it more than you know, so thank you very much.
You are definitely qualified for that award, and I know that was physically painful for you. But you deserve it, and we do greatly appreciate everything you've done. You're the 7th superintendent I've worked with since I've been in this district, between PTO and the governing board. And every superintendent has, their qualities that make our district great, but you have so many qualities that make this district amazing. So thank you for all you do. Next up, we're going to get to hear from preschool. They're our last school of the year to come and present, so we're very excited to hear about the preschool presentation. For those in the back, there's some seats that have opened up if you want to move forward and take a seat. We're probably going to be here a while. It's going to be a late night.
Just wait for Nicole. Good evening, Madam President and board members. My name is Leah Gleason, and I'm the Director of Special Education and Early Childhood. I'm here with the preschool team tonight. We're here to share some information about all the great things going on at McDowell Mountain Inclusive Preschool Program. Our program utilizes the Arizona Early Learning Standards to provide a solid foundation for children with identifying learning challenges and their typical peers, 3 years of age until eligible for kindergarten. Our students enjoy a safe, nurturing environment, small class size, and personalized attention from trained teachers and paraprofessionals who work together to support the unique needs of all students. Currently, we have 34 students enrolled. Our goal is to create a community where every child Every person and every student belongs. Inclusion is belonging. We are committed to high-quality inclusion where children with and without disabilities learn and participate in the same daily activities and routines. So first we'll hear from Nicole on the 3 and 4-year-olds classroom.
Hi, I'm Nicole Valentino. This is my second year here at Fountain Hills, so I'm sure you know these ladies next to me because they're like the pillars of the program, so I thought you should know a little bit about me. This is my 23rd year of teaching preschool, inclusion preschool, so it really is my passion and my love. This is my, there is an inclusion task force through the Arizona State. I'm not as tall as you.
Yeah, bring it down for
us. There is an inclusion task force for the state of Arizona through the Department of Ed, and I am the Fountain Hills representative, so I meet with them every month. It's not only our initiative here as a district, but the whole state of Arizona is going towards inclusion and to make it the best for each child. My goal is to teach the youngest, because currently I have the 3 and 4-year-olds, which I absolutely love, to make them feel nurtured, loved, and cared for each and every day, and have an environment that they grow and excel. I could go on and on, but I'll cut it short. So if you have any questions for me specifically, let me know. But I'm so happy to be a part of this new vision.
Thank you.
I'm next. Denise Matus. I teach, well, I've always taught 3 to 5-year-olds, but this year is my first year teaching just the 4 to 5-year-olds getting ready for kindergarten. So it is a new experience and it is fun. I love it. I have my degree in early childhood, lots of endorsements, but I've worked my way down from second to kinder to preschool, and I really love preschool. I think that's where I'm going to end up. But I just wanted to say that we follow those early learning standards, kind of like our Bible at school, and we touch on cover all the developmental areas, and it's so much fun to see them, just soaking up all of this knowledge and growth. I think our main goal is to teach the students that love of learning and love of school. If they love to come to school in preschool, we've just got to keep that going. They don't even like it when there's a weekend or a holiday. We teach them to be very independent, problem solvers, learning how to learn. Communication and language is a huge part of preschool, how to make the sounds and all that literacy component. We teach with thematic units. We include all of the areas in the curriculum, so science, social studies, math, literature, everything in that theme. All activities are developmentally appropriate for our age student. Our expectations are high, but they're developmentally appropriate and high. We start our day on the carpet. We give the kids a big part of the day. They get to lead the carpet time once they know how to do it. I do zoophonics in my classroom, which I've done for years, which is amazing, and I could give you a whole hour on that. Handwriting without tears. We do a lot, again, of literacy story time, just engaging them in everything and making them part of the lesson. We do directed work groups. We do free choice center times, which incorporates the theme as well. Dramatic play might be a pet vet, it might be a farm. It just depends on what we're doing. We really work hard teaching them how to problem solve, how to get along, how to be independent, how to not get into a ruckus, and they really have got it now. They'll go and get a timer if they want to take a turn, or they'll say, may I trade this toy with you? So just those problem-solving skills. We do have all children in our classes, all different needs, so we differentiate the instruction, we do scaffolding, we do formative assessments. We do use Teaching Strategies Gold, which is an assessment tool, and Nicole and I both get our goals from that tool, and we take a baseline and then we measure at the end and make sure that they've made that huge growth that we want to see. this is a great age, and we really both look forward to growing our program and our new building and new teachers and more kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon?
Hi, Sharon Monar. I was the special education teacher for preschool for 16 and a half years, and then I left because of the previous superintendent, but came back after a year. So
we appreciate
I'm very
that.
happy about that. I really enjoy being with the kids. And I brought my Arizona Early Learning Standards in case you have any questions about that. As Denise and Nicole said, we're all an inclusion setting. I no longer have my own classroom, which I've had in the past. And the kids are doing really well. So what that looks like is that there might be kids with delays in speech, expressive, receptive, or a tic. And Ms. Heather Pickaba works with them in the classroom typically. She may pull them off to the side. If they're getting OT or PT for fine motor or gross motor, typically it's in their therapy room. What I typically work with children are cognitive, adaptive, and social emotional areas. And cognitive might be matching, sorting, naming numerals, matching this with the quantity, letter recognition. Also, pretend play is a cognitive skill, being able to sequence that play, and also predicting what may happen next in a story. It just depends on what that child needs. For adaptive, it's hand washing and toileting steps, learning how to put on a jacket and zip it, which there are times when Mrs. would just say, can you please tell the whole class how to do that? Transitioning throughout the day, asking for help. Also asking for snack items, that's kind of an adaptive skill. For social emotional, it's playing with one friend or more than one. That's, having more friends, there's a lot more give and take, so that's a more difficult skill. Taking turns when you're playing a game or playing, dealing with your emotions when things don't quite go your way. That's something that I work on often. And problem solving in play, like Ms. is saying, learning how to negotiate. You can have it when I'm done. Let's go get the timer. Let's trade. Let's play with this together. Or sometimes you have to wait. So that's how it looks like in the classroom. And a lot of times, kids that I don't need to work with want to come work with me too, so that makes it a great situation. And the same with Miss Heather too. They just love to see what we're doing and want to jump in, and so I'm always having like, okay, sure, we can do that too. So, but it's really a great environment. And as Mrs. Batu said, we use Teaching Strategies Gold. We're required to use it for all of the students on IEPs. That's our ongoing progress monitoring system. And just so that you have an idea, this is for every single child online, 3 times out of the year. And it's not just about looking at the goals that I am required to work on because of the IEP, it's looking at the whole child to make sure that we're not missing anything. Like, you might have someone who just has needs in these 2 areas, but come to find out they're lagging in another area. So this is a way for us to kind of catch that as time goes on. And I don't know if you want me to also talk about like how we how children qualify for special education in preschool. If you do, I'm more than happy to do that, or I know I've kind of talked a little bit.
I think we do.
Okay.
Yeah,
awesome.
go ahead.
Okay, so typically parents call the school and say that they have concern about their child. And Leah Gleason takes that call. Then she gathers the information, then a child find date is set in, so that time is arranged. The screening is just to see if there's a potential delay, because we can't really go and say that there's definitely a delay, unless maybe someone's coming with an outside evaluation, like typically with a speech evaluation. Then you can say, okay, according to this report, there's a potential delay. But in preschool, we can't just look at one area. We have to look at 5. Cognitive, adaptive, social, emotional, communication, and physical development, which is fine motor and gross motor. So That's one way that kids come in. Another is through the Arizona Early Intervention Program, which is known as AZIP. So that has quite a timeline because you want to make sure that they're getting services from birth to 3. You don't want there to be any kind of a lag between when they end that and when they started with the preschool. Not everyone qualifies for services in preschool though, because maybe they've made great gains with their AZIP team. So once we know there are delays or potential delays, then we do what's called a review of existing data meeting to review the information that we currently have from the parent or any reports. And if they're going to a preschool, we'll also get information from that teacher so that we have the best picture that we can without having to do the evaluation. And then we do that comprehensive developmental assessment in those 5 areas, which is so different from school age because we're required to do the 5 areas. Then we have a meeting to determine eligibility, and that can look like not being eligible at all, or just speech language impairment when they only receive speech. It can be developmental delay when they qualify in at least 2 of those 5 areas or more. It can also be preschool severe delay when there's one area that is significantly delayed, like usually looking at a standard score of 55 or below. And then there's also hearing impairment and vision impairment, just like there is for school age. So once we've determined eligibility, then we write the IEP, the Individualized Education Plan. And then, of course, that determines their goals and their service minutes. Any questions?
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions
About
for our
this question?
preschool?
About my part?
Dana?
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for being here. When I first got on this board 26, 27 years ago, whenever it's been, I was ready to go, get into everything. And I remember the day that Mrs. Meehan took me behind the woodshed. and brought me into the self-contained room at McDonald Mountain. Excuse me. And that changed everything. It was a half a day that I'd never forget. Especially when you think about the fact that those students have parents. We get them for 4 or 5 hours a day at the most, and they get them the rest of the day. And that, to me, that just was an incredible job for a parent to have to deal with some of the issues that we saw then. So I really appreciate the fact that you're still doing it.
Well, I really enjoy it. I feel that the years that we have the children, sky is the limit. And we don't put any limit on what they can accomplish. It's always trying to make every child the best that they can be in all the areas. And we've seen some amazing work throughout the years, especially Denise and I, because we've been here for so long. And, students that we've had and
then we see them later. And
at graduation, which is like, my goodness, how can that possibly be? But, doing really well and gifted programs. And we remember when they couldn't say a single word, and then their parents was like, they talk so much. I go, that's what you wanted. Right?
Careful what you wish for.
So it really is a labor of love, and we thoroughly enjoy it.
And I would venture to say, if you walked in our classroom now that we're all together, you probably might not know who has an IEP and who doesn't. And some of them probably won't when they leave preschool because they're doing so well.
That's always our goal.
Yeah, that's always our goal. In closing, thank you so much for having us. Just a few highlights of this year. We've had our October program for our parents on stage where the kids sang and were dressed up. We have visited Fountain View Village at Easter and sang for those people. We've had our ice cream social. We've had our preschool kindergarten science night. We just came back from a trip to the Mesa Natural History Museum, our annual teddy bear picnic and parade, and we're coming up on our end of the year program and graduation, which again we'll say is May 25th at 9:15. You are all invited. Thanks so much.
I think we might have a couple more questions. Did you have a question, Libby?
I just wanted to make sure you were going to mention all the wonderful events you do because, you know, the Fountain View Village is one of my favorites and
We
your
were so
programs,
happy
so
to
thank
come
you.
back. Over COVID, we
Yeah.
couldn't go, and now they were excited to have us back. So next year we'll be back.
So thank you for all you do.
I have a quick question too. It was said that this was a new program, the McDowell Mountain Inclusive Preschool. Were we lacking in providing services that made us
no.
not inclusive, or what? Why is it new that it's inclusive?
Well, we were.
In the past, before I left, I had my own classroom that had typically developing peers in there also.
Okay.
Most of the times it wasn't 50-50. We would take some students from Denise's class, but a lot of them went to other daycares too, so we were always within limits on what we are for the least restrictive environment, you know, that they also monitor, the state monitors. But the state has gone a different way in the last, I don't know how many years, but they really want all children
mainstream.
Mainstreamed, right.
Okay.
And so that's what we're doing now.
Okay. And then I do have to say, I read to the preschool class and I made a comment about how well behaved they were. I was very impressed.
They loved it.
Very
They
good
love
little
having
kids.
guest speakers.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank all four of you. Okay. Next up is current enrollment and withdrawal numbers. That's in your board packet. Are there any questions regarding those numbers? Okay, hearing none. Site council minutes. Are there any questions or comments regarding the site council minutes?
I had a couple questions. With the middle school, I did see that there are some, I guess, refusals to test. What do we do in those situations with students that are refusing to take tests that they need to take?
Dr. J will answer.
Yeah, we try our best to, you know, reach out, you know, if a parent refuses and they're not gonna come or they're not gonna take the test, then we make a note of it, we show that we tried to get it done. You know, the state wants you to get to 95% tested. We had no problem with that across our schools. The administration worked hard to make sure everyone got tested. Makeup days, things come up, but yeah, we always try to, you know, my thought is we respect parents and we do the best that we can and, you know, show the state that we tried, but ultimately we're not gonna force somebody to do something.
Well, yeah, you really can't. And then it talked about makeup days due to being sick or traveling, and then it said and suspensions. Do we not have a way for the kids that are suspended to take the test while they're suspended, or?
No, they would, you know, pending the outcome of how long the suspension is. So if the suspension went past, you know, the deadline to finish testing, then we would bring them in and set up a special session for them. But if they're gonna be back in a time frame where we can do with other makeup exams, then that's what we do. So my own children had to make up an exam because of travel. So those things happen and we're flexible, and that's what's great about being a small district, that we have lots of opportunity to help parents get through that.
Any other questions, Madison?
I have one other comment. In the high school site council meeting minutes, I just wanted to thank Tara for securing funding for the banners. I thought that was really cool. I think it's a little sad we couldn't display them. So I hope that we can get that worked out for next year because that was awesome. That's it. Oh, and I'm excited about the possibility of adding flag football and boys volleyball. I think that would be great.
I actually reached out to our town council members and they said it was just a timing issue, that they are more than happy to do that next year if they have the lead time.
They're working on a way to do it, absolutely. And the chamber is going to have a scrolling marquee with all the students in it. So it's
Great.
happening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is public comments. I'm sure we have several. Oh, Kristen. Here.
Yeah, yeah.
I have some more. Does anybody else need one?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm okay, thank you.
Call to the public. This is the time for the public to comment. Time limits may be allocated on public comment at the discretion of the board president for the board to efficiently complete its business. The board reserves the right to prohibit any comments made in a discourteous or threatening manner. Complaints about specific individuals, students, or personnel are discouraged. Personnel issues should be directed to the appropriate staff member or administrator per district policy. Members of the board may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. That is our norm for our board meetings. I'll give you a 30-second warning as you approach the 2 minutes, 30 seconds to let you know that you'll have 30 seconds left. We have one email, so we'll start with that one. It says, my name is Dr. Paige Rates, and I work at Southwest Autism Research and Resource Center. I am a member of the community, and while I'm not able to attend the meeting tonight, I wish to provide a statement to the board regarding the sale of the property that is currently being leased by FTS. FTS is the watch company that's over at the old Four Peaks building. FTS is an outstanding company, and we ask that the board continue to lease the lease of this space so the company can continue to operate. FTS has been an important employment partner of SARRC for years, as well as an important business for the community. FTS is committed to increasing opportunities for the neurodiverse individuals, and the company has partnered with SARRC to hire individuals on the autism spectrum. Under the leadership of Kunal, individuals have thrived and are advancing in their careers. FTS has provided training for their entire team on the importance of inclusion and is a leader in the community. Please consider the important work that FTS has done to support inclusion and increase the employment opportunities for individuals with autism when making this decision. Okay, next up is Lisa Cardigini.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Cardigini, and I've worked for the district for 26 years. My family and I have moved here 29 years ago. My sons went through this district from preschool to 12th grade. I am here to talk about, and support Dr. J, not knowing that you were getting the award as well. Here are some of the reasons why I support him. He supports the staff in our district. When I needed to speak to him regarding a situation, he made himself available out of his busy day to speak to me. I've been here 26 years, and a superintendent has never made the time to talk to me about a situation that was very close to my heart. And he didn't only meet with me one time, he met with me 3 times to ensure me that my voice was heard. Dr. J worked at a different district, and he made great strides. And I feel that he's going to make great strides at our district as well. Even though he was a superintendent at a different district, his children continued to be in our district because he and his wife believed that our district, with our teachers and staff, served their children in all areas. Dr. J works here, he lives here, he wants what's best for our district and our community. We've had over 100 volunteers painting the high school building. He does what he says, and for our community, our district, he's a wonderful superintendent. He is a parent, he was a teacher, a principal, and now a superintendent. In my opinion, my heart, my soul, I believe that Dr. J wants what is best for our district, our students, our teachers, staff, support staff, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Kim Bartman. I'm just going through the way that they were given to me, so.
I don't want anyone to feel like I moved them around.
Good evening, Superintendent, Madam President, and board members and community. My name is Kimberly Bartman. I've been a resident of Fountain Hills for 20 years. Our daughter was born and raised here, well, born in the hospital in Scottsdale, but she was born and raised here. She is a junior at Fountain Hills High School and will turn 17 this month. She started in the district at half-day kindergarten with Mrs. Lisa Hoppy. She has had amazing teachers, some are here tonight, amazing volunteers, coaches, support staff throughout the years. Dr. Jagodinsky, thank you for the thorough information you released with the state of our district and recommendations for moving forward. I'm grateful to this community who has supported our district for all these years. Yes, my child will graduate next year, and I could wash my hands of supporting our schools, but I care about the kids coming after my daughter. I care about the community and the families. I support putting the bond on the ballot. I will continue to support Fountain Hills Unified School District. And we want, if you notice, some of our employees are actually went to high school here and actually elementary, all of that. And we want those kids to come back and want to raise their families here. So we want a strong public school. Thank you.
Next up is Dr. Wendy Barnard.
I'll start the timer until my first word.
You can't tell me what to do anymore.
Madam President, school board members, Dr. J. I want to talk about the teachers. During Teacher Appreciation Week, I'd like to share my appreciation for all the amazing teachers we're lucky enough to have in our district. I can honestly say that my 3 children had teachers that made a difference in their lives, whether it was through encouraging a love of reading, allowing them to be a leader in the classroom, or making math fun. My children are better because of it. Many are in this room. Thank you. At last week's meeting, there was discussion around the Four Peaks building and the potential of using it for a variety of business ventures. None of those ventures included students. None included teachers. So I'm asking you to consider that every penny going toward repairs at Four Peaks or any district building has to come from somewhere. Without capital dollars, the district risks putting money that are earmarked to teachers into repairs. To keep attracting and retaining high-quality teachers, it is imperative that money not be diverted from teacher salaries to expenses that should be covered by capital dollars or bond funding. My plea for students and teachers is to consider the continued costs associated with putting repairs on the back burner. Why should my kids, your kids, teachers, and staff have to deal with unsafe facilities? There is literally no running water in the locker rooms at the high school. The bathrooms the public uses for sporting events are an embarrassment. As one person said to me, you drive through Fountain Hills, you're in all of its beauty, but the schools do not reflect that beauty. As you discuss putting the bond on the ballot, please consider the urgency of repairs. Last year, it was stated that the bond went up for a vote too early. This year, it's again too early and should wait another year. It should be done in an election year. There hasn't been time to review everything. The excuses are plentiful. But the reality is there's been more than enough time to review budgetary items, and the community has been given opportunities every single year to come to budget meetings and ask questions. No one ever did, except Madison Reed one time. No matter how many line items are reviewed, no one is going to find $25 million hidden in a $15 million annual budget, where only $4 million is allocated for capital expenditures. If your philosophical belief is that public education should not be funded by public dollars, be transparent about it. Having attended the board meetings, I've observed Dr. J providing all the information he's been asked for. He's been patient with all the questions posed, even when he sometimes answers them over and over again.
You're at 2:30.
He has listened to stakeholders and responded to suggestions. Dr. J, the district staff, the finance team, and independent auditors have all provided data on the needs of the district, needs that can't be paid for by fundraising efforts. That being said, I would encourage you to put the Four Peaks site for sale, put the bond on the November ballot, let the residents of our town learn the facts and make their own educated decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Talia Halseal. And friends.
Good evening, Governing Board and Dr. J and community. I am here to express tonight my support and appreciation for Dr. J. After 2 hectic years with COVID and disillusioned with the direction that education was heading, I made the tough decision to step away in the 2021-2022 school year. However, in my heart, I was not done teaching. When I heard of the possibility of Dr. J returning to our district, it was crystal clear to both my husband and I that we needed to return to our beloved Fountain Hills and me to my students. Having already seen you, Dr. J, transform our high school, I was eager to work under your leadership. This year, your enthusiasm and vision has propelled us forward through tough days. Strengthening our district will not be an easy task, but with you at the helm, I can see the rainbow on the other side. Thank you for all that you do for us at our schools and in our community. I am proud and grateful to say that I work under your leadership. Thank you, Dr. J.
All right, it seems we're setting a theme here, so Dr. J, thank you for all that you do for all of us in our community. Thank you for always showing up. Thank you for always being transparent, open-minded, willing, and wanting to talk to us. Thank you for all of your support throughout the school district and our community. You're an asset.
Since you're all under Talia's, you're still under your 3 minutes, but can you at least state your name so people know who's speaking? That's right.
Melissa Hines.
And you have a minute and 15 left.
All right. I'm Lauren, but Dr. J, I've only been a part of the school district for a short time, but in that time it's been so clear how much of a huge supporter you are for not only the district but also the teachers. It is thanks to your kindness and your support that I even got the opportunity to be a part of this district, so thank you for that. And as a new teacher, I just really appreciate all the efforts that you've put forth to support the teachers and the district as a whole. It's so clear that you are somebody who clearly cares deeply about everyone's success, and I truly think that your great ideas are going to allow to help this district continue to succeed.
Hi, my name is Lori Gonzalez, and I just want to say I'm a new teacher also. I want to thank you, Dr. J, for your positive attitude and your charismatic leadership.
30 seconds left.
I thank you for the one time you came in my classroom, and it was so special to me because you commented and enjoyed the way I had everything set up, and it was so personal, and I thank you for that personal interaction. I always feel like I can come to you about anything, and I thank you for your openness.
Quick, Lara, talk fast.
Just want to say that I appreciate you, Dr. J, for all of your genuine concern for all the students in our district, and you have positively touched the lives of each of my 4 children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jenny Gret.
Good evening. I just wanted to express my gratitude for the potential opportunity the community may have to help our district. At the May 2nd board meeting, Stifel, our public finance consultants, were asked to provide the school board with taxpayer impact for a bond. Stifel cited that the average valuation of a home in Fountain Hills is roughly $400,000. Per their presentation, a $25 million bond with a payoff period of 15 years would cost the average homeowner $105 per year. So the average homeowner in Fountain Hills could help the district repair plumbing, roofs, air conditioners, add security features, and other improvements for about the cost of 2 Big Macs a month. That is an amazing opportunity for everyone in the community to be able to support our district. I know there are concerns from some in the community about the district appropriating money correctly. We currently have a school board that is hyper-focused on the budget and expenses, and the bond money can only be used on specific types of projects. If there were ever a time to feel at ease about the way money is appropriated in the district, it's now. And Dr. J, I did not know about all this, but I wanted to publicly thank you for everything you are trying to accomplish. You are a true leader, and I appreciate everything you are doing for our children, teachers, staff, and the community.
Thank you. Next up is Donna Mayo. No. We'll let you at least get to the podium. You've put in many years here. We'll give you that.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Donna Mayo. For those of you that don't know me, I am a retired teacher, 18 years with the district. Before that, I had 25 years in various professions. We can have a glass of wine, talk about that one day. But anyway, I am proud of my time at FHUSD. I regret that I didn't get to cross paths very much with Dr. J, but the bits that we had, it was clear that he was just the perfect fit for what we were needing at this point. During my tenure, I sat on budget committees, site councils, meet and confer committees, and was an officer for the local education association. My experience gave me a strong respect for how critical supplemental funds are for our district, and I speak in support of getting that bond onto our ballot. It's my understanding that some new sitting board members have requested that the proposed 15-year bond be tabled for a year or so. I'll use these. But elected in November and installed over 4 months ago, the time is now to be informed enough to make a decision to move this vital funding issue to the November ballot. The democratic process allows for debate, negotiation, and even campaign posters of varying degrees of taste during the election season to inform the community. It is your responsibility to move the ballot forward. No matter what the argument, don't take away the citizens' right to consider the vote on this key issue. The bond, which affects the value of our neighborhoods and thereby affects the value of our homes. By delaying the bond vote, you're taking a financial decision for every resident of the town. Remember, you're not approving the bond itself tonight. You're approving the election to allow all of Fountain Hills to determine the fate of that bond. And putting the bond into the hands of our full electorate and letting them decide is the right thing to do. So, thank you. And Dr. J, thank you for your leadership. Appreciate it.
Next up is Nancy Ordowski. Take your time.
It takes a little bit of time to get along.
You're good.
First of all, I'm going to turn my back on the board because I want to thank all of you as teachers and staff and members of the school. I was a former teacher back in the dark ages when I made $75 a week. I know what it's like. I've been there. My husband was a teacher in high school, a community college, and an administrator for 36 years in education. And my daughter is currently a teacher as she's a teacher, but in an elementary school in Texas, just finishing her 25th year. So, and every time I'm in Texas, I work at her school. They welcomed me, let me come in, call parents, help with anything, clean closets, whatever needs to be done. I haven't had the time to do that here, but I want you to know that I know what your job is, and I appreciate you. Now, in turning around here, I come to the maybe not so nice part. But first of all, it's really important that everybody understands that this board is your team too. They're not here to fight with you or to argue with you. They're here to learn. And this board gets elected, new people that get in that don't have some of the years and the experience that you've had. So you've got to give people time. And every question is important. Every answer is important. Fountain Hills residents voted for our school board, not for committees to make decisions in the district. 1 or 2 school board members should be on every committee, so there's representation from this elected board so that they can share information. I think that's really important. I'm not overly impressed with the math curriculum. We don't need touchy-feely questions or answers. Math can be exciting, it can be fun, we can play games. There's lots of ways to learn math. 2 + 2 is still 4. It'll never be 5. And if we could make it 5, we wouldn't be having a bond question, because we'd have that extra money some way, shape, or form. So we can't make up these silly rules and do some of this stupid stuff that you keep hearing about, that I've seen, not necessarily in Fountain Hills websites, but I've seen it on some of the other schools' websites. Our schools need to be clean, air-conditioned, heated, working clean bathrooms, clean classrooms. It's wonderful to see that painting being done. Use our kids' artwork, use their projects, display those things to entice and include them. But we don't need to have expensive, frivolous, non-useful kinds of amenities within our schoolroom until we have the money to be having bathrooms working. We don't need huge spaces except for some special occasions. Tech is important, but it doesn't have to be the only thing these kids learn from. They've got to be hearing from their teachers and this experience out here. They get sometimes too much of the tech.
You're at 2:30.
Okay, and I just wanted to say again that I want you to know what I think is important is each and every one of you that are trying to work to make this district a better, stronger district, and for every student that we have, because all of us old people are going to need all these really great kids helping to support and make our country better and stronger.
Thank you. Next up is Wendy Bozzi.
Hello, I'm Wendy Bozzi. I've lived in Fountain Hills for 24 years, and I've taught at McDowell Mountain for 24 years, so I love our school district, and my kids went through our schools too. I've got some comments from some of the fellow teachers at our school. So Tracy Perry, the art teacher, says, since the first day of staff training, Dr. J's commitment to our district's excellence has been unparalleled. Dr. J goes above and beyond to listen and meet the needs of staff and parents. Dr. J is the most supportive superintendent whose passion for the success of FHUSD is most appreciated. Thank you, Dr. J, for all you do. Nicole Latona, our Dean of Students at McDowell Mountain, says thanks so much for all of your very creative ideas to help our school district. Jillian Levin, kindergarten teacher, says we appreciate you big time, and she's a product of our district, now teaching with us. Sam Brooks, third grade teacher, who's also went through our school district. Thank you, Dr. J, for continuing to put students and teachers first. I am grateful to have the opportunity to return to the Falcon's Nest and work in a school that educated me. Thank you for finding time to come to my classroom and check in with me this year. And I say thank you for looking out for all of us, including our special ed kids and all of our students. I teach in the special education department at McDowell, and you make all of us feel like we're your most favorite person.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Helm. I teach first grade. I've been teaching for over 30 years, have had many principals, many administrators, many superintendents. Can't even begin to count them. But I can count on one hand how many administrators are really at the top. And Kevin Wilkinson and Dr. J, you are at the top. So I support all of Dr. J's entire agenda in order to move our district forward. For too long, we've been losing money and losing students and families and great teachers. Dr. J is turning all of this around. He already increased enrollment. He's retaining more teachers each year, is making wise decisions for our financial future. He has a long-term plan for continued growth in all of these areas and more. Let's all continue to support all of his endeavors. I want to work in a growing and thriving district like FHUSD. Another teacher I work with, Kelly Travis, 2nd grade, she says it is so nice to have an administrator with a vision. Dr. J loves this district, and it is evident in his actions. He truly wants the best for students and his staff, and that is a clear indicator of a strong leader.
You're at 2:30.
Dr. J, this is from Ryan, our PE teacher. You've been so supportive and made a lot of positive changes over the past year. I am new to Fountain Hills School District, and he says he would like to see more of these changes that you are proposing become a reality. You have things leading us in the right direction. Dr. J deserves our support because he's dedicated to making the school district better and has worked very hard to lay out a plan that will continue to improve our schools. Thank you, Dr. J.
Thank you. Next up is Matthew Corrigan.
Mr. Superintendent, Madam Chair, board members. Matthew Corrigan, homeowner of Fountain Hills. Voters require honesty, transparency, and accountability. As a result, have voted no on recent school bond measures. Voters are asking for a plan on raising enrollment, number one, and a plan for fiscal responsibility. Action plans or goals must be specific, attainable, and measurable. I quote the following from an edited Forbes magazine article dated March 26, 2019 by Mike McShane. Like many terms in politics, putting no tax increase in front of bonds is supposed to blunt the opposition to new taxes. But let's be clear, there is no special category of bonds that school districts issue that don't increase your taxes. No increased bonds increase your taxes. How? School districts regularly issue bonds to finance capital improvements like buildings, new buildings, or renovating existing infrastructure. Taxpayers pay off those bonds over time, usually via an increase in their property taxes. Bonds are issued for a specific period. Enter no bonds. When a school district finds itself on the tail end of a bond payoff period, it realizes that it can borrow more money without taxpayers paying more than they currently are. They simply tack more bonds on and add more years of payment. Everyone's taxes stay the same, and the school district gets more money. But do you see the problem? The problem is no tax increase bonds are actually increase your taxes. If the district didn't issue bonds after paying off the existing ones, your tax bill would actually go down. But it doesn't. That is an increase. I understand this may seem like a trivial matter, but it is a problem for 3 reasons. First, it is not honest. Honesty is in short supply in contemporary politics, but our school leaders should be better than this. If they need money for a capital project, then they need to be transparent. Playing a shell game or deflecting the true costs erodes the trust between the community and the schools. Secondly, it thwarts oversight, transparency, and accountability. School district bond elections have the potential to be some of the clearest and most transparent we have in America. But when districts are simply tacking on more years of spending, they often use general language about allowable uses of these dollars.
You're at 2:30.
There are no clear plans. Finally, it determines the fundamental truth that things that we want cost money. By pretending like we're getting something for nothing, folks can't really do the right thing. That's the end of the quote. Again, voters want an action plan for fiscal responsibility and a plan for raising enrollment with specific, attainable, and measurable results before asking for more money.
Thank you. Next up is Richard Bukowski.
Good evening, board. Dr. Yagochinsky. I won't embarrass you anymore, don't worry. My comments tonight relate to the proposed math text and curriculum for grades K through 5, which I reviewed on April 19th. I'll keep my comments tonight to the 3-minute limit, but I will need a part 2 at a future meeting. First, I'll share what I think is some pertinent personal background. I completed math instruction through calculus in high school, placed out of all math requirements in college. Most of you know that I'm a physician. My primary focus is teaching education of medical students and family medicine residents. This includes my work as an assistant professor at the U of A College of Medicine in Phoenix. A strong grounding in mathematics and the associated problem-solving skills is essential in the training of competent doctors as well as in other professions. I was a member of the Arizona State Board of Education Standards Development Committee under then Superintendent of Public Instruction Diane Douglas from May 2015 until early 2017. This committee produced the current math standards for Arizona schools. And my comments tonight are made in the context of this experience. I do understand that standards are the what and curriculum's how the what is taught. Math is one of the most staple subjects that we teach, and the rules of addition, subtraction, multiplication, the definitions of geometry, algebraic formulas don't change. There is an objective answer for each problem. In the proposed student textbooks, there's a common heading or prompt, math is mindset. So my first thought when I saw that it was, what does this mean? Well, a page in the teacher's manual gave the answer. Math is mindset, and this is a quote, math is mindset prompts with teacher support, keeps social and emotional learning at the top of students' minds. Some associated comments in the students' books are, and I quote again, what are some ways you can avoid stress? What helps you feel calm when you are angry? What feelings do you have about learning math? How can you recognize and understand how others are feeling? Again, math is objective. It's based upon fixed definitions, operations, and formulas to yield an objective answer. It is about learning how to apply these rules and arrive at that answer. It's not about feelings. A comment about the objective material in the textbooks. One of the sections, and I think this is in first grade, shows a diagram of a square and a rectangle. And it describes both as having 4 sides and 4 vertices. But there's no clear explanation of the quality that differentiates the square from the rectangle, which I think is confusing. In summary, I have serious concerns about the proposed books in the curriculum. The focus on social-emotional learning is extensive, it's repetitive, unnecessary, and not appropriate. It detracts from attention to the effective teaching and mastery of mathematic principles and processes. This is the main objective of teaching math, is it not? I also question why an entirely new set of books and the related expense is warranted. What's being used now? Why must it be replaced? So based upon the above observations, I oppose the purchase and adoption of the proposed curriculum and books, and I urge the board and administration to seek a more suitable, realistic, and acceptable alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jane Irwin.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Jane Irwin. I'm a reading specialist over at McDowell Mountain. And Dr. J, I know you're very uncomfortable with hearing about this, so you're really not going to like what's happening. So and I'm going to turn a little bit and talk to everybody here because a lot of us here are here for you. Last night at our facilities committee, I told you that I gave you my husband's point of view on what he sees, what you're doing. He's a retired Master Chief, and he calls it his GSF factor. And he's a Navy guy, and you can give a factor. You can probably figure that out, what that middle word is coming from a Navy guy. But what we see from you is through the roof. And everybody here knows that. We all know that. This is my 28th year teaching. I don't even live here. I live in Scottsdale, right over the mountain. I work here. I got a rising sophomore, I have a rising freshman. We are here for a reason. Now, last year when I started at the at the end of the year, 4th quarter, it was a hot mess. We all know that. So I stuck around because this is what I heard. I don't know Dr. J from anybody. I didn't know of him at all. I went on what I heard from teachers, staff, anybody in town. He's coming back. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? So I stayed. Here I am. So I have to tell you that your vision is extraordinary, and it's really simply amazing. So all of us here are all aboard your train. You be our engineer. We will follow you wherever you need us to go, because this district is going in the right direction, and it's because of you, and we are here to help you get it there, wherever you need to go. Thank you very much for everything you do, Dr. J.
Next up is Joe Greco.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time today. I want to speak to you and also everyone behind me. I support the bond, the sale of Four Peaks. The district has shown a loss on Four Peaks, so we got to give that money back to the students. That's really our purpose. The board is here to make decisions to benefit the education program. It's a benefit to society overall and to local communities. Tonight, there's kind of a theme going on, if you haven't heard it. There's a lot of grassroots that are built here, and they're here today. They've come back, some of these teachers, to speak. We have Miss Asil that came back to the district. She taught my kids. I'm losing some names right now. Lady on the corner here, which I know your name, but for right now I forgot.
Val.
Miss Reichler, thank you for the hint there, has taught all of my children also. So there's a benefit to education, and we don't always get to measure it. I would ask all of you to take a walk around town and look at all the business action. You see students already giving back because they're working in our community. You also see their parents in our community working. So we're a complete unit. I look forward to your continued focus on education. I'd love to give Kane some more support today, but I don't know that he needs any more support today. I don't feel like that's part of the equation he needs to hear any more of. I would like to give more support to our teachers because they do impact my kid's life and every kid's life in our community, and they do come back to give back. It happens every day, it happens all the time. How much time do I have left?
A minute 10. Yeah, a minute 10.
I look forward to your continued support. Our children are going to come back and they're going to help solve problems in the future. They're going to solve all kinds of problems for us. You got to get your mind right. It's a common term we use on the baseball field before you get ready to play. You got to wipe everything else out, get control of your emotions, focus, and be ready for what's coming your way. It's a game of failure. And if you don't have your mind right, you can't hit the next pitch. You got to step back, relax, and see what's going on. Thank you again.
Next up is Kunal.
Dr. J, members of the board, I thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Kunal Naik. I'm the CEO of the watch company, FTS. We are located in the Four Peaks Elementary School building. I'll just give you a little intro about my company. You already heard about some of the great partnerships we have. We work with an organization called Southwest Autism Resource and Research Center, and we've worked for the last 3 years of onboarding kids that are on the autistic spectrum and training them in really valuable skills. You got emotional talking about the IEP students. We go through the same thing with some of the students and some of the technicians that we work with. They come into our facility barely able to say 1 or 2 words. And I've seen over the course of 2 years some of our technicians moving out of their parents' houses, living independently in Fountain Hills, which is kind of cool, and really starting off their lives when their parents never thought that it could be possible. So that's really fulfilling. Another thing is I would like you to know that almost half of our workforce is from Fountain Hills. They're all residents here, and we've actually had people that have moved to Fountain Hills because they work for us. And education is a big tenet of everything we do. So we actually have one of our CTO is actually one of the top educators in watchmaking in the country. So that's all been brought to Fountain Hills to establish what we established. Let me tell you how it began. When we first started, we chose to work with Fountain Hills in the Four Peaks school building because we were looking for a safe, clean place, and we were promised that this would be a place that would be there for a long time, that we could kind of plant our seed and build from. At the time, we had a choice to either put in a modular clean room that we would have had to pay for, and that means that we could have picked it up and gone whenever we wanted to. But because we were made promises that this would be a place we could establish ourselves and really grow in this footprint that exists in that building, we chose to build our clean room in a way that was not modular, that we actually added to the value of the building. I took out a personal loan of $500,000, and that was all the money I ever had, and I put that into establishing this business, which we thought would be with a partnership with the town of Fountain Hills and economic development, and of course, the school. So it's, for us, it's a little different than just having a space there. I mean, we've invested everything we can into this property, and we want to continue doing that, and we want to continue building out from there. Let me tell you how it's going real quick. Since inception, we've grown as a company, added employees, especially to Fountain Hills. We've never once been late on rent, even though we've had months without air conditioning in the summer and not being able to use half of our space.
You're at 2:30.
Thank you. We never said anything about it. We've always kind of worked as a partnership with Fountain Hills, and that's really what we want. We want to establish and continue to grow. So, long story short is, the ideal situation for us would be to continue to build there, to continue to grow our company there, and to stay there for as long as possible. However, understanding that things may change in the future, for us, having 6 months to pack up everything we have and to move out and to leave is a very difficult thing to do. So at the very least, what we'd like to request is, maybe some sort of extension where we can have possibly another 12 months, something like that, where we can then prepare to pick up everything, to move all of our items, and to establish ourselves in a new place. So we just want to work with you guys. If I have a chance, I would like to say one more thing. Am I allowed to?
Quickly.
Okay. I made a note here that said it's possible that the budget spent on the building could be misappropriated. And today I got this list of the breakdown of the $116,000 loss that we had over the course of the year. I noticed that $90,000 of that loss is spent on custodial and utilities. And I really, truly believe that there's a way for us to save a lot of money there. Custodial, there's a basic janitorial service and that's it. So I'm not sure where $43,000 gets spent annually. Utilities, I would say 25% of the building is occupied. So why are we spending $45,000 on utilities, lighting places in the building that are sealed off that no one is even allowed to go into? I think we could save a lot of money just by being a little more prudent with the way we spend our budget. Landscaping, we spend $500 a month, and I've never seen anyone there. Maybe 3 times in the year have I seen a landscaper there. So why are we spending $6,000 on that, This is not to say anything negative. I think that there's a real good solution here. It just takes somebody to be dedicated to the building and manage it properly, and I truly believe that this could be cut in more than half of what we're spending. So thank you for your time. I appreciate the extra time.
Can I ask one question real quick?
Kunal, she has a question, please.
Were you guys talking about moving to Gilbert?
Oh yes, let me clarify that. We do not have another place to move to. I don't know where the story about the Gilbert location came. It is possible because I use my home address. I live in Gilbert for like IRS things like that, so that I can get mail to my home address. So maybe that's where it was spread that we're moving to Gilbert, but we do not have another location. We do not have any. We haven't even planned to move yet because we don't know, there's kind of uncertainty. So to clarify, we do not have another place to go.
And you're not looking to leave, it's only if this happens?
Our ideal situation is to stay in Fountain Hills and keep, establishing ourselves in Fountain Hills and building what we started. We are not looking to leave. The only reason that we have even thought about it is because of the uncertainty of the building for us. We're a business. We can't be told that after you've invested so much money that possibly in 6 months you may have to go. It's hard for us to prepare within 6 months. So even this 12-month thing I'm telling you is just a compromise. We would love to be here for the future, and I think I truly see there's some positives in this building that I think if it's managed better, you could make this negative into a real positive and to be a real focal point of the community rather than whatever else it could become.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Kim Flowers.
honored tonight to be here to represent the staff of the high school. I will keep my own comments short because I have a handful of gratitude from other staff members that I would like to share as time permits. But I personally value Dr. J's consistent leadership, openness to ideas, innovative strategies, and passion for our district and community. I'm excited to witness and be a part of the positive future that he has envisioned and set into motion. With Dr. J as superintendent, I feel confident sending my children to FHUSD schools. And from Brent Olson, I am writing to express my unwavering support for our superintendent, Dr. Kane Jagodinsky, and his leadership in the Fountain Hills community and schools. As an employee of the district for 6 years, I have observed firsthand the positive impact he has had on our schools and the students within them. Dr. Jagodinsky consistently demonstrates his commitment to making decisions that prioritize the betterment of our students. His dedication to providing them with a safe, nurturing, and high-quality educational environment is truly admirable. I've also witnessed his tireless efforts to involve the community in the decision-making process and ensure that everyone's voices are heard. Beyond his work in our schools, Dr. Jagodinsky genuinely cares for the town of Fountain Hills and its residents. He is always seeking ways to support local initiatives and foster a strong sense of community among us. His leadership and compassion have made a meaningful impact on the lives of many in our town, as well as my own. I urge the board to continue to support Dr. Jagodinsky and his vision for our schools and community. I am confident that with his leadership, we can achieve even greater success in the years to come. From Austin Keating. As a child raised in this community and someone who went through the school system, preschool through high school, and now as an employee of the district, I have seen many forms of leadership. Whether as a basketball coach, teacher, principal, and superintendent, Kane Jagodinsky has stood out as one of the most passionate, active, and caring leaders in his role that this district has seen, in my opinion. If I am being honest, he is a big reason why I chose to return and teach in this district in general out of the several offers I had leaving college. Knowing that the high school had a leader who was all in on the success of his school was a major draw for me. It is no secret that being in a role of leadership, particularly in education, is not an easy task. However, I can't imagine a better person fit for the role of leading this district, particularly through these tough times of transition. From Jamie Sunshine. If you had to summarize Kane's involvement with the people of Fountain Hills into a single phrase, it's this: he cares. I've never met anyone who tries to accomplish so much for so many by the way Kane does. During COVID, when other schools were giving up on graduation or doing drive-by graduations, Kane busted his butt to put together the closest thing to a normal graduation as was possible.
You're at 2:30.
From talking with teachers who left the high school a few years ago, I can say with certainty that had he been the superintendent then, they would have stayed. Their words, not mine. From Maureen Grotke. Thank you, Dr. J. We are so happy you're back at our school. Morale is up and we are no longer afraid of losing our jobs. The school is cleaner, no more trash scattered all around the school. We parapros got a pay increase. We are so happy we no longer make minimum wage. The F&G buildings are freshly painted and look so good. We have a football field again. We are so proud of our school. I know we have a great school as my son graduated from FHHS in 2019 when you were principal here. This school prepared my son well for college. He will graduate with honors from ASU on Wednesday, May 10th. So glad you are back. I have additional ones from Mary Murray.
Maybe you can just share them with Kane.
And Jeff Vaughn. So you will get all of these. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Mary McDonald.
Good evening. Good evening. I too, I'm representing some staff from the middle school, and I'll start with Patty Schultz. I am so thankful to have Dr. J as our superintendent. The past year has been a year of projects to build, in capital letters, the Fountain Hills Unified School District up and not down. The previous few years have been rough, to say the least, and those staff who have stayed around have had a great appreciation for the positive leadership and out-of-the-box thinking that Dr. J has brought to our district. Although change is hard for everyone, Dr. J is our leader and the staff believe in his leadership. This is from Chrissy Beard. I want to thank Dr. J for being a visionary, someone who looks ahead into the future with wisdom, experience, and imagination. I'm honored to be part of FHUSD and am looking forward to many years of serving the Fountain Hills community of students with Dr. J. Thank you for leading us. And then I have a little bit longer of one from Gianna Wilson. And she starts with, I've been part of the Fountain Hills School District since kindergarten. I love this town, our school system, and Dr. Kane Jagodinsky. I have known Dr. J for many, many years. He was my 7th grade science teacher. Dr. J has always had a vision for our school. He wants what's best for our students, teachers, and our community. In 2017, he reached out to me wanting to bring the dance program back to Fountain Hills. At that time, I was teaching at Westwood High in Mesa. I took a risk. I had faith in Dr. J. I left my job and I came to Fountain Hills to work for him. He has supported me since day one. Dr. J wants to make our school a better place. He truly cares and is fully vested in FHUSD and our community. He lives in the town, his children go to school here, and he understands just how amazing our small school in Fountain Hills really is. I worked for Dr. J while he was principal and superintendent for many years. I've seen the true impact he has had on our school, our students, and the work environment. He doesn't see us as employees. He sees us as part of a team and a family. He cares about who we are as people. That is why he's so good at his job. I've had opportunities to work in other districts, but I've turned them down because I want to work for him. I have a 2-year-old and a 3-month-old at home, and I always say they are our future Falcons. I've lived in Fountain Hills my entire life. My roots are planted here, and I will always support our incredible school district and what amazing strides it's made over the years, thanks to Dr. J.
You're at 2:30.
With him as superintendent, our school will just become better and better, and I cannot wait to see what amazing things will happen. And for me, thank you, Dr. J.
Next up is Jill Cooper. Ed friends?
Sorry, Dr. J. I'm so sorry. Too sorry, not sorry.
Just remember, 3 minutes, and please,
really fast.
Okay, and
Okay.
make sure you all say your names.
Jill Cooper, STEM teacher at McDowell Mountain. Thank you, Dr. J, for having the kind of passion for our students and our district that is completely contagious, for always giving us a voice and truly listening, for restoring our pride and enthusiasm for our district, for giving me a reason to stay, and for dreaming big for our kids. As teachers, we put our students first above all else. Thank you for leading us with the heart of a teacher. We see it, we appreciate it, and we look forward to great things to come.
Denise Matus. I just want to say I've been here a long time, 32 years. I've seen a lot of superintendents, but none with the passion, the insight, and the caring. When the kids see him and Frank coming, we get very excited. And I know we are so fortunate to have him in our district. And I was thinking about retiring, but I can't do it now. I got to stick it out and keep growing. Thank you.
Rita Goldman. Those of us who have been with FHUSD for a few years have been through a sad and uncertain time. Now there's been a positive change in leadership with our superintendent, Kane Jagodinsky. He leads by walking through our halls asking everyone, how's it going? He leads by having his kids in our schools. He leads by going to games, meetings, and anywhere he can to promote Fountain Hills. He leads by living in Fountain Hills. You see, this isn't just a job or a stepping stone for Kane. This is his life. I just want him to know that we noticed.
Hi, I'm Kristen Hatfield. I teach 3rd grade at McDowell Mountain, and I've been here about 7 years. I am supporting Dr. J's vision of FHUSD. Change is hard, but he will persevere and make our district better as we all work together as a team. Together, everyone accomplishes more. He is dedicated to our district, and he wants what is best for our students, staff, and parents. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lizzie Cooper. I'm about to be a first-year teacher at McDowell Mountain, and I've also been an FHUSD student from K through 12. I was lucky enough to first know Dr. J as my high school principal. From that point on, I've never known someone who cares so much about students. He's always been so welcoming, listening to all our concerns, and I feel like that's hard to do, to get 400 14 to 18-year-olds to love and respect you so much. Knowing that I had the opportunity to become a teacher under Dr. J's leadership was why I chose to spend my first year at McDowell, and thank you for being such a great principal and superintendent. Thanks.
Next up is Crystal Kavanaugh.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent. Although I am a resident and a taxpayer, I realize I am an outsider from this apparently orchestrated pep rally. But instead of listening to only insiders who tell you to push a bond on the voters in 2023, it might be wiser to listen to actual financial gurus who understand the reality of the economic times we are in. What do financial experts say? Right now, the cost of money is expensive. Bonds are expensive. It's expected that in the future, this will shift. The Federal Reserve will lower interest rates as inflation declines. That is the time to borrow for the bond. Not now, not in 2023, perhaps in 2024. And in addition to timing, there is still the need to rebuild trust with the taxpayers in this community. As with any loan, you need to demonstrate it's a good investment when you expect taxpayers to take on a debt. You need to have transparency with the line item explanations of how the money will be spent, not big, broad categories. Continue to build confidence and rapport with the community so that we believe in the plan for the future of this school district. We don't want to be fed feel-good visions and pipe dreams. So-called public shaming for expecting answers and transparency for the specifics of how money is being spent is not useful. Believe it or not, we really do want to support this school in addition to seeing increased teacher pay. But the timing is not right for this $25 million 15-year bond request in a more costly non-election year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Stephanie, and I know I'll just mess up your last name, so we'll just call you Stephanie.
Okay.
Chop, like chop, okay.
Thank you, everybody. So, what's the deal? Are you thinking about leaving that everybody needs to? I actually first met you in leadership, and you were the high school principal then, and I was very happy to meet you and see your rapport with the kids back then. So I too was very happy when you decided to come back. Okay, got that out of the way, but I don't know if all of you have heard of Robert Kiyosaki. He's the Rich Dad, Poor Dad guy. I would suggest it for the school library. He's got a good bunch of books for financial education. His idea is having a quadrant of different types of roles of employee, business owner, investor, and self-employed type people. And all the paths are very worthy. I'm trying to make this quick because it's been a long night. What Mr. Kiyosaki encourages his readers to do is to work towards becoming investors. An example of that is ASU President Michael Crow, who has taken the primary goal of educating students and has created a lucrative income stream from various real estate deals and land leases. We have an opportunity to create a school district that generates passive income if we engage with our business community. I'm glad that finally there's a conversation to unlock some of our equity, whether it's through sale or bond or maybe just unlocking some of the rental opportunity in Four Peaks. But one thing that through all the questions and conversation that's come up is one tidbit of that while there aren't students occupying Four Peaks, the zoning for that building is open. I think that's a big thing that after all these years and all the business ventures that have been proposed for that property, that's new information, and I think it's very important in this decision. So it does prove that some of the tedious questions and all the conversation, it does bring up these little tidbits of valuable information that was otherwise unknown. So all this conversation, all these opportunities, all these hours, it's all for the children, whether it's, directly with the curriculum or how to generate a passive cash flow stream of money that is, by the way, no strings attached, is what I understood from these meetings. So this is just money that you guys can allocate to whatever cause you think is worthy for the kids and whatever pet project that Dr. J thinks is valuable. So
You're at 2:30.
that's all. That's my spiel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Tara Lamar.
Hello. My name is Tara. You guys all know me. Dr. J. I'm not going to terrorize you too much. Actually, I have no idea about it. But as always, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. First, I'd like to thank Dr. J for continuing to use innovation, community input, focus groups, student groups, and listen to literally anyone that reaches out to him with ideas, recommendations, or suggestions. We've been in this district for over 15 years and have never experienced the ease of access that you give to the public. I also appreciate your constant Falcon Focus informatives, the coffees with yourself, and each site principal every month. I've had the opportunity to review audits, meeting minutes, presentations, sit in as an observer during consolidation committee meetings, and more just by visiting our district website or showing up when dates are posted. Thank you for your efforts to truly make us a district of transparency with access to our school leaders. So guys. Tonight I also want to remind you guys of things that you have said, because I think it's important that everyone is transparent and everyone is accountable for everything they've said. Our past board members have made it very clear how they feel about the bond. They were open for sale if that was requested. But there was also an event in September where there was a big barbecue at Desert Vista, I believe. And it was held by a really great group of community members within Fountain Hills. And during that, there was an opportunity for school board members that were within that political party to answer questions. During that time, Mayor Kavanaugh asked everyone a very important question. She asked the 4 candidates that stood there if you guys would sell the property. She asked for a yes or a no. 3 of the 4 candidates said yes. The only one who did not is not sitting on this dais. So it's important going forward that you own that, because I believe in you guys. The other thing related to that was there was a quote that was about October 19th when it was related to the bond. And during that bond question, the person who wrote in said that they felt the bond was too early. They felt they needed time to review it and it should be done next year, knowing that it was not an election year. So here we are. We need to sell the property, we need a bond, we need something. It's very clear, you guys have the opportunity, you campaigned on it, you guys need to support Dr. J and his vision and follow through. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question? Yes. When you say sell the property, are you talking about 4 Peaks or are you talking about the vacant land?
I actually am open to whatever's recommended by Dr. J. Yeah, I think that that's part of your discussion today is discuss what he wants to do. But I think you need to heed his wisdom and get on board. I hope you all do. I think you will. I hope you will.
Next up is John Davies.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. J, Madam President, board members. I guess I missed the memo about the orchestrated pep rally, but I am going to talk a little bit about you, Dr. J. I've come here for a few reasons tonight. First and foremost, I'm here to show my undying support for Dr. J and his staff and what he's doing, not just for the kids, but the whole community. People have asked him for transparency and accountability. So Dr. J has responded by giving the public emails, statements, meetings, coffees with Kane, explaining in detail every one of his ideas and the costs involved. He is wisely spending, and as a result, growing our student population. He's not even asking for the original override, just the bond. And with his family in the schools, him living in town, we could not be more blessed to have him as our superintendent. Let's not make his job so tough that we deflate him and we lose him. We elected all of you to work together to better the schools for the kids, not fight for ideals set forth by a political side or group. So work with him, not against him. Second, while I understand it hasn't been very long since the last election has happened, a lot has happened since then. We all know that for many years the bond was on the ballot and it passed regularly until an opposition group rose up and posed questions about it. And that's fine. I'm all for it. That's what makes democracy great. A few of these questions had some merit: transparency, accountability, responsibility. But they also led to some false allegations and some false narratives that were not challenged enough with facts, and this led to too many people feeling opposed to the bond and believing the myths. As days and months passed, the public became fully aware of the severe ramifications of the bond that the bond truly had on the schools and the kids. They also realized we couldn't sustain funding through private donations. But to the credit of Dr. J, the athletic boosters, and especially the Fire Rock community, we did the unthinkable and were able to fund the field. But what do we do about all the other needs? There is still a lot of myths being floated by a few people that have a loud voice, but the facts are out there now, and the townspeople have been informed enough to make educated decisions this time. In closing, I don't believe either side is changing any minds now by being divisive, starting arguments online, creating myths, or even laying art on random websites. I say let's put this argument and divisiveness to rest for all sides. Let the people speak one more time, win or lose. All sides can rest knowing that people have heard from both sides. I think we owe it to the kids to allow the public to decide one more time. So let's come together. You as the board work together and support the superintendent. Let's come together as a town and support our schools. And let's toss out the politics for good and build a school we can be proud of. Go Falcons.
Last up is Gary's honor.
Thank you, Board. Well, too bad the bond didn't pass last year. So here we are. And I got involved because the bond didn't pass last year. Okay? And that's why I went to Fire Rock and we got the money raised for the field. So I took the members up from Fire Rock down here, gave them a tour. You should see what those locker rooms look like. The pipes. The pipes broke last year and they had it in school for about a week. I mean, it's really tragic. So when you don't want to do something now, it's kind of like you got a heart disease and you're going to let it go and you're going to get a heart attack and die. We need to do something, all right? And to me, when I gave that tour to the guys, they gave 100,000, 50,000, 20,000, they said, what's with the school? We got the field. I said, well, Dr. J's working on the school, which means all of us have to do something. So when you look at the bond and the support, I support it all the way. You know what it's going to probably cost us? A tank of gas in today's world. Or a dinner for 4 at the Saddle Run. I just went to Sunday Fun Day over at the American Legion, and I bought it for 10 people, $100. So I worked for a Hall of Fame coach. His name was George Allen. And George Allen was a visionary. He bought Redskin Park for $3 million. They thought, what the hell? You spend $3 million. In 10 years, it was worth $40 million. I worked with George at Long Beach State. And a guy was talking to him one day and talking his ear off. And when he got done, George and I were walking away. The guy says, hey, George, you and I are on the same page. George looks at me and says, he's on the same page, but he's in the wrong book. And some of these people here are in the wrong book. All right? You got to look at, like George did. You got to be a visionary. And that man over there is a visionary. He reminded me exactly of George Allen. So when I said, I'm going to help, I said, are you going to leave? I said, I'll be in this, Dr. J, as long as you tell me you're going to stay. I'm not going to spend all my time and give $100,000, which I did, to the community and towards Fire Rock, and so did my friends. So we want to keep moving forward. It should have been done last year. So whatever the money is now, you guys screwed it up when you voted on the other, not to have the bond. So that's on your shoulders. That's all I can say. Now, Dr. J is a Hall of Fame person, superintendent, and he should be in the Hall of Fame like George Allen was. But all I can tell you is,
You're at 2:30.
he's the guy to take the program to the next level. Thank you.
You're
To Coach, or regarding something the coach and Dr. Bernard said.
Okay.
And it's,
Mrs. Settles has a question, so go ahead and ask your question.
So Coach, can you tell me, and you may not know, but when did the water in the locker room stop working? Or Dr. Bernard, you both mentioned those things? That there was no water in the locker room?
Dr. J, are you aware of when the water stopped working?
When I went through it was 2 years ago when the water wasn't out. So I haven't tried it since, because there's no reason to take somebody to shower if you know the water wasn't on. No, I can't tell you from the last year.
Yeah, I'm aware there's issues with the showers and there was issues with hot water, and there was quite a bit of different issues with the locker rooms. Some of those have, like the hot water has been repaired, the showers have not. So there are definitely needs there. I think we've had issues off and on with it, for sure.
Well, and my question is pertaining, and I appreciate the transparency you've given by uploading the 2013 bond expenditures, but on July 2nd of 2020, it states that we spent almost $80,000 on the Fountain Hills Unified School District High School locker room conversion. So my concern is if that money was expended 3 years ago for the locker room, why is it not working today?
I think that's in reference to the actual middle school locker rooms. I'll have to check with John Flynn. But there was a move into there with the training facility was moved over there. And I believe that it was not up to code, and then we had a health department issue. I would say that was at the end of my high school tenure there, so I may not have seen the finalization of that, but I do remember in that time period that there was a health code violation with the training facility, and that there was major work that had to be done to get that up to code. So I believe that's in the small gym locker rooms.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you for all sitting patiently through the public comments. Consent agenda, we have pulled the payroll and the accounts payable vouchers, so the consent agenda at this time will only be the personnel action report and donations. Are there any questions or comments regarding those items? Okay, I have a question regarding the personnel action report. Kaylee, I'm going to put you on the spot. So the personnel action report shows a lot of resignations. Can you tell me why these weren't done? Like, did all of these just come in? And where are all the new hires?
New hires we put on June 7th, that one. These ones best practices to always put them on at the end of the year. We have had some people change their minds. They would have been on 2 or 3 board agendas.
Okay.
So I put them all on at the end of the year. That way it's made sure if they're leaving, we have people sign for contracts, everyone we know is coming back.
Okay, thank you.
And we have had several who initially resigned that have come back.
Okay.
And decided to sign.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding the personnel action report or donations? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion?
I move we approve both, the personnel and the donations.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with the personnel action item and donations. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam
Next,
President, could we take like 5?
do you need a break?
I do.
Okay, we're going to go into recess.
As long as we take you 5, I may as well.
I know, my watch has told me to stand up like 3 times, so.
I probably will take
Thank you.
You surviving? That was really neat.
Some employment review thing that we missed here.
That's what
Yeah.
These cups are.
No, you don't have to do that.
Okay, we need to put something else, I'm just so, this so just jumped all over. Oh no. All right.
I know.
It's just, this is crazy, I can't believe this. It was the soap. Of course. Okay, where to? I was getting soda. So I had to go to my glasses too, I needed that one.
That's me.
Okay, are we all back? Are all good now? Okay.
I don't think they heard me.
We'll be calling the meeting back to order. Next up are the payroll vouchers. Madison, you had questions on the payroll vouchers?
Yeah, mostly, I did want to start off by thanking Tyler and Alicia for working really hard to get us some more itemized or some more detailed listings. However, where it quotes the statute, it does say itemized invoices accompany these vouchers. And so I'm getting pretty uncomfortable with the fact that we keep approving these and signing them, and I'm putting my name on them, and I'm not seeing these itemized invoices. The detailed list titles itself voucher detail listing, and again, I think this is a move in the right direction because there's a lot more transparency. However, I think that there's still a lot lacking. There's a lot of blanket purchase orders that I think are a little confusing, and again, it says right in the statute, itemized invoices accompany these vouchers, which makes me feel uncomfortable with signing them. So I feel that I will abstain from voting and signing those until I have the itemized invoices.
So, Madam President, members of the board and guests, we'll continue to work with Tyler and Alicia and our team to meet the needs that you request. I just want to clarify again that it has been a long 6 months of trying to starting with no business manager. And part of that was I wouldn't settle on hiring, okay? I could have hired one, but I think it wouldn't have put us in the position we're in today, which is making a lot of strides. So Alicia was hired in December. We knew coming in, she's gonna need some assistance, and that's where our consultants are helping with that. But we will continue to strive to get you what you need. And Krista will make a note of that each time, you know, we'll continue to try to grow that and get you what you need, okay?
I appreciate that.
All right,
thank you.
yep.
And I just want to second kind of what Madison said, because on February 22nd, I had also emailed and requested a copy of the invoice or purchase order proposals to correspond with any expenditure over $1,000 on the check registers, which is less than half of the check listings. And you know, some of the conversations tonight were, you know, there's been time to be a part of these conversations. But I want the community to know that I have requested to be a part of the budgetary meetings, and I've been told that those meetings are for internal staff only. In addition, this month, and kind of my reason also for not approving the consent agenda, is that we've not been provided with the summary of operations report or the student account reports because they weren't ready. So again, you know, we're asking for transparency, and I understand you're asking for time, but when we ask for time, that is perceived badly. But when the district asks for time, it's accepted.
Well, let me respond to that. The amount of requests that the finance team has received lately is, I think we have to start having the conversation about hiring another person to take that on, because the reason, my understanding is that those couple reports are not ready. As soon as they are ready, they will be sent to you and put on our next agenda so that it is public, is because of the extra work. I gave a lot of extra work to them over the last couple weeks to prepare all the 2013 bond, all the bond information that we sent, all the Four Peaks information. So a lot of that research also goes into it. And so I think that's a bigger discussion for us as to maybe we need to expand that finance team and bring in additional people to meet those needs, because right now it's a very small team with a lot of things on their plate. So,
And I appreciate that, and I think that the finance team is doing a wonderful job. But it then goes back to, if we've piled on work for them to push forward with a bond or an override or sale to gather information that has been reported, has been available to the community previously, again, unpopular maybe with the people here in the audience, but the lack of transparency and then the push to provide it, again, shows that we're not in a place that we're ready to move forward.
I will say that everything, we're working as hard as we can to get all the information that is out there. I've said over and over again that everything we do has several internal controls involved. Several people look at it. We've incorporated consultants, McKeesa, the county. We don't make a big decision without going through everybody, make sure it's done correctly. And again, our finance team right now, what we've been able to do this year with half the year not having a business manager. I mean, half the year we had nobody on a daily basis that I could talk to and say, I need help, or where are we at with this? We brought in 2 experts, and I think they've shown that in their work, especially considering the titles they hold in their other districts. And they've been able to keep us afloat so that we didn't settle. We didn't put ourselves in a situation where we have additional issues that we now need to deal with. I feel like we've made a lot of strides in 6 months. I think by the end of the summer, we're going to be where we need to be. And I'm all about transparency. I mean, everything we do, we get multiple eyes on. We've made every document public. We've talked to Dr. Allen about coming back maybe this summer and doing some additional training, helping us maybe get caught up with some things that need to be caught up with. And he helped come back and make sure that every penny of that 2013 bond was accounted for, so that the whole community could see that it's not accurate to say that money was wastefully spent or wasn't spent on, or it's missing, or, you know, it's all itemized. And it's on our website. We put everything out there for everyone to see. So you guys can download, you can take a look at it.
I drop my, whatever I'm doing to meet with the community. I think a lot of you here have seen that. Come see me. We'll sit down, we'll talk, I'll walk you through it so you feel comfortable with it so that we can move forward. But I do agree, there are things we need to do better. We're not there yet with everything we do, but it's not from a lack of trying, we just may need more help.
For some time now, some of the board members have requested voluminous records seeking details of all expenses that have been incurred by the school district. These requests have placed significant burdens on our staff and taken time away from normal duties. I'm assuming today's paperwork that we got took a lot longer than the other days, the other months, where it was 20 pages before, and this time it was about 60 pages or more. I don't know about the rest of the board, but I have other things to do than to sit there and look at every little nitty-gritty thing. It's not the function of a school board.
Let her finish.
Let me finish. It's not the function of a school board to examine every expense. I don't need to know how many staples were purchased at the high school versus the elementary school. We have in place appropriate controls regarding the approval and payment of expenses and the handling of funds. In addition, an independent accounting firm audits our financial records and applies generally accepted standards for the auditing of governmental entities such as the school districts. Our auditors can assess whether appropriate controls are in place regarding the handling of finances. One responsibility of the auditors is to inform the school board of inadequate controls and risks associated with the lack of appropriate controls. I'm pleased to say that the auditors have not raised concerns with how our school district handles the financial matters. Unless we have credible evidence that funds are not being handled properly or that procedures are not being followed by the staff, we should not be wasting staff time and the board's time examining hundreds of pages of our school district's financial records. I'm sorry you have to put a lot more burden on everybody. Our staff is very small as it is. I would like to give them the time to do the work that they were hired to do and not necessary to go through every single thing that we have gone through.
I have quite a bit to say to that. I think it is exactly our responsibility to know how the money is being spent, and that's why it's written in this that itemized invoices accompany these vouchers. I think that we all probably have better things to do with our time than looking through these budgets, but we volunteered for this position, we ran a campaign for this position, and we won this position. We need to take it seriously and act as stewards to protect the taxpayers' investment in our public education system because it is so important. And I don't think that it's going to require much more time because anybody that runs a business, I'm sure Jill knows she has a business, when you do expense reports, you often attach a PDF file of receipts. There's purchase orders. There's a whole process that this has to go through. I don't believe, I kind of refuse to believe that it's overtaxing the staff when all they would really have to do is give us the information that they have to prepare these sheets off of. This voucher detailed listing, as much as I appreciate it, it was prepared. You know, these notes are put in by people. There's no trust here. There's no, I can't verify this without doing records requests. So again, like it says, I'm taking responsibility saying that I know that this money is being spent as it's saying it's being spent, and I don't know that. So I take my word very seriously. I'm not going to sign my name to something when I have not done what it says in this clause that I have done.
So let me go back and say, we've made our finance team available to you anytime you want. Like we said, we've done that.
We just can't get the purchase orders or receipts.
No, we'll talk to them about it. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
We've made them available, and they're willing to sit down and walk through expenditures, walk through anything that anyone wants to look at, okay? But what I'm saying is that we are, as a small organization with people that we've had to kind of, you know, throughout this year, we've not had a lot of help, and we've had to get through this, and we've made a lot of strides. Tyler, Jeremy, Alicia, they're willing to sit down and walk through things. We will take that feedback back to them. We will continue to strive to get those things done. Okay, we're not opposed to that. What I'm saying is I need to sit down with them and see is this something that maybe we need to hire for to have this kind of level of things done that has not been done in the past? We're budgeted on things that we've done in the past. Just like we may have more enrollment, we may have to hire more teachers to address that. Let's sit down, look at that, and if there is a need for that, then before we bring in a budget, we add another position to do those things.
My other thought
Yeah.
is maybe to simplify, if I don't know
Well, that's
exactly what kind of programs
I want
you're
to ask
using.
Alicia.
Okay.
So, Alicia, sorry, put you on the spot. So you gave us a more detailed report, and it does say that, detailed invoices are attached. When you got this information, did it come out of a program? Like, where are the purchase orders or invoices? Like, are they scanned in? How does that work?
You need to come up here so that.
Yeah, can you come up so that people can hear?
The documentation that we supplied is actually entered into our school ERP Pro system.
Okay.
That is manually entered by us, and then we export that as a report from school ERP Pro.
So when you send these to the county to get paid, so that the county can pay these, because the school district doesn't actually pay these, right? It's
Correct.
paid
We
by
have-
the county.
We have checks issued by the county.
Right. Do you have to send invoices to the county?
No. Yeah, we keep all of that in our documentation for the audit.
And documentation like in the computer, documentation in a paper file?
We have both. We scan a copy into the system, and then we do keep a paper file when the auditors ask for it.
Okay, so just for example, I'll just pull one. For O'Reilly Automotive, for parts for our buses. So we get an invoice from O'Reilly. Does that go into an account that says O'Reilly? Like, where does that go? Where does that invoice go?
That,
Maybe with like a check listing, or is it by check listing? Is it by date? Is it by company?
we
Site?
actually have a general vendor system, so when we create our PO, it's just general to O'Reilly. We itemize it from there as we issue that check. So when we enter that information into the system using the invoice, we do itemize each line item that is on that invoice so that everything adds up appropriately and everything matches.
Okay, so if the board wanted to see copies of those invoices, is it possible to attach them to the report? Like, can you print it to a PDF file? Like, how does that work?
I could, that would mean going into each individual check and figuring out where those invoices came from. So
When
it's
you-
like double clicking and exporting out.
When you manually enter all the numbers, is there any way in the program that you're using to attach PDF files to?
We do.
Right, okay, so when you're giving us this listing, can you then print the attached
I can work
files?
with Karen to see if that's a possibility, yeah.
Because all the majority of the work should be done when it's entered. The sending it along to us, I feel is an extra step, but it's one that I think is necessary.
So let's schedule a meeting for the board with you and Tyler and even Karen, since she's the one that primarily does this, and figure out how to get the board more information. Thank you.
One other question, just, is it customary for us to have blanket purchase orders for like miscellaneous things?
There's blanket purchase orders that can't exceed $10,000. We have to close them out if it goes over $10,000. They're typically for things that are continuously purchased over and over again. So like in transportation, if John has to write a purchase order for every single thing he does and go through that whole process, my understanding is, again, we'd have to add somebody to do that too. So what he does is, within reason, usually we cap them. I've actually reduced the cap. They used to go to like 90-some hundred, and I've asked them to drop that so we don't go over, because then you have to do an after-action report. And everyone in the district knows how I feel about after-action reports, because I don't sign them. Like, I feel like, unless I absolutely have to, because it shouldn't happen. Like, we should never have something happen after the fact. It should have been done right the first time. So I put a real hard understanding, and that's not just me as a super, that was me as a principal too. I never signed them, because I'm saying I did something wrong when I had nothing to do with it, right? So yes, there are blanket purchase orders, but they're typically for products that are, like O'Reilly Auto Parts is probably a great example. John has to be able to run down to keep our buses running, maybe buy an auto part, so that we don't have to tell all the parents, your kids aren't getting picked up today, right? That's gotta happen fast. And so once he starts to hit that number, Karen has now, sends him an email or sends him some kind of notification that says, you're approaching this number and you have to close it out, and now we have to go through procurement all over again. So
So it's
that's,
like, kind of like a credit limit that they can kind of pull from as they need for a specific.
it's a limit, not, it wouldn't be
Yeah,
a credit,
yeah.
but yeah,
Similar,
it'd be a
okay.
limit that they can spend without violating any kind of procurement.
Okay, and does that still go through oversight process? Like
Yeah,
people
but
are
it's,
verifying that
I can tell you,
being
it's,
spent?
every one of those is John Flynn, because he does maintenance and transportation. I don't have any that I'm aware of that I mean, I don't purchase anything without them saying yes, but I can tell you that, it's pretty much John Flynn, because he's doing all the maintenance and all the transportation of the whole district by himself, doing 2 full director jobs at the pay of 1. And I just want to clarify that a lot of us do those types of things to save the district money. Leah's doing preschool and special ed to save us money. You're going to see later tonight a position where we're going to have 2 positions in 1 to save us money. These are ways we're trying to cut costs, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll schedule that meeting. Are there any other questions regarding the payroll vouchers? Hearing none, I move that we approve the payroll vouchers. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Madison, are you abstaining?
Yes.
Okay. So
Payroll vouchers or the accounts payable?
You said payroll.
we're on payroll right now.
I just won't sign anything that says itemized invoices accompany these, and it's on
Okay.
both of them.
So she's abstaining on the payroll vouchers as well. Okay, so Libby, you voted aye?
Yes.
Okay, so it's 4-0-1. Motion carries. Next up is the accounts payable vouchers. I will also move that we approve the accounts payable vouchers.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 2 abstentions?
Yes.
Okay, so 3-0, 2 abstentions, motion carries. Okay, next up is action items. Our first action item is to appoint a representative to the Arizona School Retention Trust. The trust requires that we have a representative who is an employee, and that would be Dr. J. These are housekeeping items that we went over at the last board meeting. Are there any questions regarding Dr. J being the representative for the trust? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I motion we appoint the representative to the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next is the authorization to suspend. This is for short-term suspensions. That includes Dr. J, Mr. Wilkinson, Mrs. Latona, Dr. Wheeldryer, Ms. Reichler, Mr. Hartman, Mrs. Kane, and Ms. Nguyen. Those are all administrators. Do I have a motion on, or any questions on this? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I move that we authorize the following, the listed individuals to suspend students for short-term suspensions.
I'll second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the Auxiliary Operations Fund. Again, this is, the board has to adopt a resolution to ratify the Auxiliary Operations Fund, that we give approval for the fund monies to be deposited in a bank account designated by the Auxiliary Operations Fund, and then disbursements are authorized by the governing board. Do I have any questions? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I motion that we approve the Auxiliary Operations Fund for 23-24.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up are the certified evaluators. Evaluators, again, are administrators, Dr. J, Mr. Wilkinson, Dr. Wheeldryer, Mr. Hartman, Mrs. Kane, Mr. Alexander, for the 22-23 school year. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve our certified evaluators as listed for the 23-24 school year.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up are the authorized signers. The board has to approve check signers per the Arizona revised statute and the Uniform System of Financial Records. The people that would be authorized to sign on bank accounts would be Dr. J, Mr. Alexander, Karen Popowitz, which she's in charge of the M&O revolving food service, employee benefit insurance trust, flex medical, employee insurance programs withholding, employee benefits insurance trust for dental, state payroll taxes, and federal payroll taxes. And then also Mr. Hartman, Mrs. Kane, Dr. Wheeldryer, and Valerie Fernandez, who's in charge of the high school auxiliary operations account, student activities account, and the middle school auxiliary operations and student activity accounts. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve the board authorized individuals as check signers for 23-24 school year.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That was Madison. Next up is the hearing officers for the 23-24 school year. The district always has to have hearing officers should we run into a personnel issue or a long-term suspension where they request an outside hearing. There are 5 names that the board has been given to approve. Do I have any questions on the hearing officers? Hearing none, I move that we approve the 5 hearing officers for the 23-24 school year. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the investment of debt service funds. The board needs to give Maricopa County Treasurer the approval to invest and reinvest all monies belonging or credited to the district as a debt service fund and to purchase securities on its behalf. The resolution's in accordance with ARS 15-1025. Do I have any questions on the investment debt service fund? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I move we approve investment of debt service funds for the 23-24 school year.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the out of district placement. It's recommended that the board authorize the superintendent and director of special education and early childhood development the authority to provide out of district placements when deemed necessary and appropriate for our special needs students. Do I have any questions on this?
At our last work study, I requested that we amend that to read just the superintendent. Due to January and March alone, the out-of-district placement at the ACES cost the district $64,460. With this being a significant cost to the district, I believe it should fall on the superintendent. Therefore, I motion to amend the recommendation to read, it is recommended that the board authorize the superintendent the authority to provide out-of-district placement when deemed necessary and appropriate for our special needs students.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to only have the superintendent as the, to be able to recommend out-of-district placement. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm opposed.
I'm opposed.
And I'm opposed due to the fact that if Kane is unavailable, that leaves no one to provide that service. So I have three yays and 2 nays. So the motion still carries. So please amend that it is only Kane that can provide out-of-district placement when deemed necessary. Okay, next up is the student activity treasurer. The board needs to pass a resolution to appoint Dr. J as the student activity treasurer for July 23 all the way through June of 24. The board needs to also appoint Lisa Cartagini, Michelle Smout, Kathy Cook, Nancy Knox, and Valerie Fernandez as the assistant student activity director, sorry, it's getting late. Assistant Student Activity Treasurer. The Student Activities Treasurer deposits activities money in the bank accounts designated for the student activity accounts, and disbursements from the student activity account shall be by check signed by 2 persons, one of which is one of the assistants. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the student activities treasurer and assistant for the 23-24 school year.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the summer contract issuance to give the superintendent the approval to issue certified contracts between June 29th and August 8th because the board does not meet during that time. Dr. J, you were going to check with legal and budget on this?
Yeah, Madam President, members of the board and guests, I did. Really what it comes down to, I feel a little more comfortable is I just can't authorize any positions that we're not budgeted for. And since we've cut some positions this year, I feel like I have a little bit of leeway there. So, and again, the only time this would be an issue is if our enrollment goes drastically up and I have to hire at the last minute. In the event of that, I think we would probably have to have a special board meeting. So I think with the few positions that we've cut, I think we're okay with the budget to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions regarding the summer contract issuance? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I move we approve the summer contract issuance for the 23-24 school year.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the voucher signing. This is for the board to approve and allow the signing of vouchers between meetings during the 23-24 school year. Again, the board only meets twice a month, so there's other business that still has to continue when the board is not available. Do I have questions on this?
I have some questions.
Go ahead.
Is this a change to current policy?
No.
Okay. And this is only for operational, regular day-to-day expenses. This wouldn't cover anything to do with consolidation or any projects or any big items like that. This is
It doesn't
just-
cover anything that has to do with procurement. So anything of a high dollar amount would still have to come to the board. So yeah, this is basically just everyday operations.
Okay.
Any other questions regarding the vouchers? Okay, hearing none, I move that the board approve and allow vouchers, signed vouchers between meetings during the 23-24 school year. Do I have a
I have
second?
one last question. Are
Okay.
those vouchers going to have itemized receipts with them?
Yes, we're working on it.
Don't be.
I appreciate it. We will work on it. Okay.
Thank you.
We're gonna figure that out.
Okay. Then I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the 23 summer school fees. This is the school fee for the 2023 summer school session. Classes that'll be offered are English, Math, Social Studies at the high school level, and Title I reading at the middle school level. Are there any questions regarding the fee for summer school?
Just quick, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask a question regarding the program in general. Like, are kids that are not enrolled in our regular school year allowed to, like homeschooled kids, would they be able to do summer school through our district?
Yes, it's open to anyone who wants to take a class, yes.
I don't know, you're having a panic on a face out here. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, homeschool.
I'm like,
There was
who's
panic.
panicking?
We, in the past, when I was principal, I encouraged homeschool students to take one class with us, take a class that you can't take at home, give us a shot, and we had several that did and then enrolled full-time. So I highly recommend that homeschool students give us a shot and try some out.
Well, and this summer school is very conservative compared to other years of summer school. We used to have a huge summer school program where we had sports, like the kids could come in and play volleyball. You could take, Mrs. Matus even taught. I just know because my daughter took her summer school class right before kindergarten and lost her first tooth in Mrs. Matus's class. And
Well,
now,
we are rebuilding it.
Yeah, I know.
And so we're offering those courses. A lot of the reason we've had to do this in the past too is for EVIT. A lot of students in the past have had to take at least one summer school or online class just to be able to stay current with graduation requirements to go to EVIT because they couldn't get a full amount of credits. They would get 3 at EVIT, only 2 with us, means they're 1 credit short. And so we've we'll be bringing to you next meeting some updates with our scheduling that now has allowed for students to go to EVIT, still get their 3 credits, and not have to do this anymore in the future. But that's typically why we've offered these courses, and for kids to get ahead, or maybe take a course that they want to free up in their schedule for the following year.
So it's not just credit recovery, so it could be for new credit.
Yes.
Dana, you had a question?
And do the fees cover the expenses?
It depends on how many kids sign up. So we will give you a full report when we're done. But again, we have to hit a certain number to have the class, where if 2 people sign up, we won't be able to probably offer that course. What we'll do is give them an opportunity maybe to take a virtual academy course that is online through us, or something along those lines to work with that family. But yeah, I mean, we want to make sure we get as close to breaking even on as possible.
Do we know what that number is?
I don't have it with me, but we're watching it, and we're not going to fill classes that don't have enough students. We'll find an alternative for them.
And how many classes, it just says English, math, and social studies. How many of each class are we offering?
I thought I saw it on there.
Did I not scroll far enough? Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
so freshman
It is.
English,
Yep.
sophomore, junior, senior.
I did read this,
Algebra
sorry.
one, algebra two, yeah.
I
So
told
certain
you it's getting late,
classes, yeah,
my bedtime.
that's okay.
Concurrent classes at the colleges?
Mr. Alexander's going to give a presentation on that coming up. He's been working hard on that for next year, but not for summer school. He's excited to give that report.
And my concern is summer school. If we're not going to do it this year, I think that needs to be.
Yes, I agree. I think, to be honest with you, completely honest, this year's flown by. It's May. And so I think, if we had, with the pandemic, summer school got kind of the norms, and what we've done in the past got disrupted. And I just don't think that we've had enough time to really get that where we want it. So we want to offer things for kids, make sure they can still get where they need to be, but it's an area of improvement for us for the future, for sure.
And do we work around Boys and Girls Club with scheduling?
For the summer school, I have not had that conversation with Lauren, but I can. We've had other conversations about the schedule, but I can certainly do that as well, yeah.
Any other questions regarding summer school? Okay, hearing none, I motion that we approve the $200 fee for each summer school class.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is a certified staff resignation and waiver for Angela Busick. Mrs. Busick was the counselor at the middle school. She did sign her contract. She has opted to resign at this point due to a different job that she was offered. Dr. J, would you like to speak on this at all?
Madam President, members of the board and guests, we revised some of the language to resignations earlier this year. And one of our hopes was to kind of update the procedure of how this is going to work, and this is an example of that, of how I want to move forward with this. It is board policy that states that if you resign during these set times, different liquidated damages. But I'm just following the policy and saying to the board here that you have that opportunity to decide what you want to do with that. I've shared that we work extremely hard with our employees. If they're going through something, if they're going to make a change, we've met with them. We did early surveys. We have an open door policy. So if we know someone is uncertain about their future, or they've worked with HR to get extensions. We did that with a couple of employees that were uncertain about some changes or uncertain about where life was going to take them. And so we gave them an extension on their contract. So when we don't receive any information about that and we can extend, or we also offer a leave of absence to any employees going through something so that they can stay with us and not necessarily make that final decision and give it some time, because life sometimes can rebound or change. So what we're asking for from our employees is be upfront with us, tell us what's going on. We'll always work with you, But in the event that we don't get that and we don't hear that from anybody, then we just go to the board policy, and we're not going to make a recommendation. We're just saying, this is what happened, and you guys can make that call.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding this resignation and the $500 waiver?
So I would like to propose that we waive the $500 on this case. It's my understanding that the board was working on her job description during the time her contract was up for renewal. And she didn't truly have an accurate job description at that time, based on.
I believe that we completed that before that was due. Kaylee?
It was sent to her ahead of time for, this will be what is going for approval, and it was updated to her multiple times. She did not respond to our notification of that. So she did have full purchase record.
But the board hadn't voted to approve
Correct.
that, correct? Okay.
Yes, it wasn't approved at the time. Yes, that's correct.
I understand the situation was kind of a changing of a mind. How long between signing the contract and saying, I'm not going to come back? How long between those two?
She signed in March, and she resigned on the 20th, so.
About a month.
And Kaylee, am I correct that she actually resigned prior, then rescinded her resignation, then signed her contract, and then rescinded that contract? Thank you.
And I think we put the language in, as I stated last time, is that when we have late resignations, we've lost that window of time to get the best people, right? And we've had a really good hiring season. You're going to see that in upcoming meeting. And you met one of them tonight, obviously, in Lizzie Cooper. But we want to make sure we get the best people. And so when we have late resignations, we support that. Like we've always said to everyone, we'll help you get where you want to be if this is not the right organization for you. But we just ask that you do it in a way where we can be mindful of the kids and the needs of our district so that we can address that. So again, that's what I would share.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you confirm that she did receive all of her stipends that she put in, or if she did not, why? A PBS travel reimbursement, which includes the stipend information packet.
I think we need to verify before we make a final comment on that.
So can we, I motion to move this to a future agenda item? I mean, I'm not comfortable voting to assess her a $500 damage when we don't know if she's received.
Well, you can motion to accept the resignation and waive the $500.
Well, then I motion to accept her resignation and waive the $500.
A second.
I have a motion and a second to accept Mrs. Busick's resignation and waive the $500 penalty. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yep.
Nay.
Nay. So 3 yeas, 2 nays. We'll accept the resignation and be done. Thank you.
I'm sorry, so 3 nays.
3 yays.
2 nays.
3 yays, Madison, myself, and Libby.
Got it, okay.
And 2 nays, Lillian and Dana. Thank you. Next up is the board, the recommended termination of Coach Lawrence Hughes. Dr. J, would you like to speak on this?
Madam President, members of the board and guests, we shared with you all the information regarding the AIA violations. As I stated, the AIA chose to not rule on our behalf at the last executive session. They tabled that, and they specifically put in their minutes that they tabled it to see the outcome of the FHUSD board regarding this issue. So they meet again on the 16th, I believe, of this month, and we are awaiting our discipline or punishment, whatever you want to call it, for the AIA violation that we had. So with that, it looks like the AIA is not going to make a decision until the board does.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments regarding this?
I have a couple. I find the situation very unfortunate because obviously a poor judgment call was made that breached trust and put our district at risk, and I don't think that that can be taken very lightly. I do think that we missed an opportunity, and pardon my pun, anybody that knows me knows I love puns, but to go to bat for one of our employees who, from everything that I've heard, has done a lot for this district, has put a lot of his own time, his own resources into this district, especially since we do have a couple other examples of some poor judgment calls where people weren't handled with such quick judgment. At this point, I think that we would have a hard time justifying whatever we do with the AIA because I think that we missed that opportunity to discipline in private and let them know that we had taken care of it with a plan in place to move forward without it being able to happen again.
Can I clarify that? So we did do that. We did put a corrective action plan together that included the coach had been removed for the remainder of the season, and that all staff will be trained on all AIA bylaws. They will sign off on it. Evelyn would hold additional trainings for all staff. That was all submitted, and that was not acceptable to the AIA, so that's why they did not make a decision. We are facing, there's different levels. The AIA could put us on advisement, which is, I believe, the lowest level. They could put us on a warning, which means that's, you're getting close to having severe issues. Multiple warnings for a school can multiply the outcome. Then they can put us on
Probation.
yeah, it's late, probation, and they could put us on disqualification. They could do that for just softball, or they could do that for the whole athletic department. I don't know where they're going to go. All I know is that when I looked at this situation, the IA had a chance to give us a warning or probation, and they chose not to do that. And so what I've seen historically with the AIA is they will give you the worst of the two. So typically they'll give you a probation. Then the school has an opportunity to appeal that decision. They go back, do more corrective action, and then that punishment is reduced. The fact that they did not give us anything signals to me that it's a really tough situation, and it may be very serious for Fountain Hills High School.
Them not giving us a decision, isn't that because we had taken action and then kind of undid it? So we needed to have something that we said we had done.
They wanted to know if he was terminated.
They want to see how strong our punishment is.
They want to see if
Where
he's
is that
terminated.
in the board meeting minute notes?
They have it.
Because, the one you showed me said it was waiting on more information from the board, which is why I felt like there was probably an opportunity in there somewhere to say, listen, we've talked with our employee, he knows this can't happen again, we have a plan in place
We
to
did
make
all
sure
that.
it can't
We
happen
did all
again.
that. We did all that.
And that was all submitted to the AIA?
100%. It was all submitted, and they chose not to rule on us. They ruled on, I think, every other one but us. They may have been one other, I don't know if they tabled two. They also go into executive session like our board does. They have conversations in there that they can't share out. But I was actually surprised when I saw the minutes that it said specifically waiting on Fountain Hills School Board decision on the coach. So the way I read that is they need to know where you're going to land on this, and then based on that, they will give us the consequence. There's going to be a consequence. It's just a matter of, does it disqualify our softball team from all participation next year and then we won't have a team? Is it probation where the girls can't make the playoffs and they can't get any individual awards? Is it going to be the whole athletic department where every team is affected? I don't know where it's going to land. I just know that it is a very serious and egregious violation, and the AIA has stated that in their actions, how serious of an infraction it is.
I have one more question in regards to action that was stated was taken, I believe, by the AIA in regards to the other player, the ineligible player. We were told she cannot play.
Yeah,
I've
so
heard that's
the AIA,
false.
the AIA by law states that if you have a player play on any other team in any capacity, they are ineligible for the rest of the year. We have seen, personally, I've seen this, where a student has played in a men's league basketball pickup game and been removed for the entire season for not playing on their team and playing outside of that. So the fact that we used a player who doesn't go to our high school, who competes against us, and borrowed a pitcher from another team and used them in an AIA game is a serious, serious infraction. And that student, maybe they appealed.
She's benched.
I don't know, but my guess
I've
is
heard to the
that.
contrary, that she's been
No,
playing.
she's benched.
I can't speak to if she appealed, but I can say that the AI bylaw states you are ineligible for the remainder of the season. Yes.
And it worries,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, it worries me that we're trying to teach the children right from wrong. And this was extremely wrong. Not only putting a player that didn't belong to our team, not letting anybody know about it, and having the girls have to say things that were not correct when they knew that this player was not the player that was there. It really bothers me, as much as everybody likes the coach, and I'm sorry that we're going to lose somebody that the girls were really happy with, but this is very serious, and I'd hate to have all our teams be ineligible next year.
So I've done a little research. I've been reading the AIA minutes and going back in time. So about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, AIA came down really hard on recruitment. When club teams got really popular, they wanted to make sure that when these club kids were out playing, that other high schools weren't trying to poach them off of the club teams and recruit them. So AIA became very strict on their recruitment. If you go through the AIA minutes and read anything about recruitment, it doesn't even usually have anything to do with a player playing on a team for you. Most coaches are penalized anywhere from suspension to termination for texting a student. Hamilton is probably the most recent case. In August of 2022, a defensive coordinator coach, not the head varsity coach, the defensive coordinator coach, texted another student from a different school and just said, "You looked great playing out there." And AIA was alerted that that coach had done that, and they put Hamilton on probation, that they could not participate in playoffs or win any awards or anything like that. So Hamilton went back and then terminated their coach, and AIA reduced their sentence to a warning. So that to me showed that AIA really took that case seriously, and that was just a text message. The other thing that I want to clarify is that I've heard over and over again, this was an ineligibility player. They're not ineligible, they're not enrolled. So it's an enrollment violation, not an ineligibility violation. So one of our coaches playing a player who attends Fountain Hills High School that maybe doesn't have the grades or didn't fill out their paperwork correctly or whatever, that's an eligibility violation. This student was not enrolled in Fountain Hills High School and played as a Fountain Hills High School student. That's an enrollment violation. I went back through several years of AIA minutes, and I could find very few cases where that actually happened. So I don't even have like an example of that because it just doesn't happen. There's a lot of ineligibility, but there's nothing for enrollment because most coaches would know better than to do that. That being said, Coach Hughes was an asset to our district. I've known Lawrence for a long time. This is a really hard decision. I've really battled this because I know that man has nothing but heart for those kids. But at the end of the day, the board, is here to make decisions based on the best interest of the whole district. And while I really appreciate everything that Lawrence has given, I'm really fearful that Fountain Hills is going to be penalized hard for these 2 violations because one being the recruitment is already bad enough, but an enrollment one I think is really going to hit us. So.
Yeah, it's because it goes beyond, in previous cases, you mentioned, there's a possibility that player comes and plays for you. That happened here. They actually played, put on a uniform and played. So that's why it's such a massive issue for the AI to tackle. And at the same time, if they haven't had a lot of these cases, this is going to set a precedent moving forward of how they handle this kind of a situation with someone playing for a different team that we actually could compete against the next week.
Libby, do you have a?
I just have one comment, and then I think we should move on. But I don't ever think we should vote out of a place of fear.
No,
and that's
but
my only comment.
it's not out of fear. It's you know, I'm going to vote based on what I think is right, and you know, and the research that I've done, and being a sports mom myself, with a son who played club baseball, we followed the recruitment violations pretty seriously because, you know, my son was on several club teams, so I know how easily it is for coaches to talk to other kids to try and poach them.
My last comment is just that I hope that we treat individuals that have been wronged as much as a focus on them as much as we focus on this, putting the team at risk, because we do have examples of that where individuals were not at the bottom of those situations yet. We don't have things figured out, and this one was moved on very quickly. So I just hope that we apply the same kind of focus.
I agree, we will do that, and I want to clarify that, well, anyway, we will take that moving forward.
And I agree that it was quick, but I do feel that we gave Coach Hughes his due diligence. He did file a grievance. The board did hear it in executive session. Based on his position and policy, he was not entitled to a grievance, but the board did hear it, so I feel that we at least extended that and gave him his due diligence. Okay, are there any other questions or comments? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion and a second to terminate Coach Hughes for the 22-23 school year, and I state that specifically as the board can only terminate for the current year. We have no authority for next year and the hiring. So that will be up to Ms. Wynn, our athletic director, as to who she hires for the future. So with that being said, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
Abstain? Okay. I have two abstain.
On what grounds? There's only certain reasons you can abstain.
That's true.
And primarily it's lack of information.
Conversations with Coach Hughes.
I'd vote no.
I'm sorry. I think that based on the information I've had with conversations with Coach Hughes, I feel that it's appropriate that I abstain.
Your choice.
I agree. I think that there are some other questions that I would have and about the way things happened, and
That's fine. Just so you're aware, an abstention is basically a non-vote. So majority, if you don't vote no, it doesn't add to the vote or take away from the vote. So I have 3 yeas, Krista. Next up is the job description for the behavior
Analyst.
That's, yeah. My tongue's about done.
Really late.
You were given a job description for the new behavior analyst. This is a new job based on the person would be working actually for the district instead of as a contract employee. Do I have questions regarding the job description?
I did have a question. So right now we are just hiring through we're outsourcing it? Is that what I understand?
Yeah, we use a
So like-
contracted agency to provide those services at this time, and well, first let's talk, we have to deal with the job description.
This is job description only.
So that would be a different question for the next one, but as far as the job description goes, this is taking, what we need for this position in order to support the behaviors and our teachers who have seen an increase in behavior issues since the pandemic. And when we had a contracted person in this year, we've seen huge success and huge gains, and lots of feeling from our staff of support that they have this additional resource to maintain their classrooms, and for families who, we've lost some families due to some behaviors in our schools, and that hurts enrollment. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we're fixing behaviors at the youngest age possible so that those don't continue as the kids grow. And so this position would allow for us to have a nationally board certified behavioral analyst to come in, provide professional development, and give the teachers immediate relief in a behavior situation at the site. Yeah.
Are there other questions, Libby?
So is this the position that you will be combining with the counselor position for the elementary school?
So we're getting the job description approved. If approved, then yes, then we would then look to combine the behavioral analyst and a counselor into one position to, again, save money and to provide both services to our students.
So wouldn't we want the job description to read board certified behavioral analyst as well, in addition to counselor?
No, because we may not in the future have someone that we can do that with, so we want to be able to hire a full-time person if we need to. So that's why there's two different issues here. There's the job description and then how we're going to hire for that. The job description could be part-time, it could be full-time, just like a teacher. We hire some part-time, we hire some full-time. We did put in the description, though, lots of counseling duties, so that if we have somebody who is only interested in that position, they could still take on some of those counselor duties as well.
And then lastly, I'll ask it at the contract issuance.
Sure, yep.
Any other questions regarding only the job description? Okay, hearing none, I move that the board approve the new job description for the behavior analyst job.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Madison, did you vote? Okay, yeah, so motion carries 5-0. Next up is the contract issuance for the behavior analyst. Dr. J?
Yeah, Madam President, members of the board and guests. So what we are working towards is putting together a contract that will allow us to hire our current behavioral specialist that is with a contracted agency, so that we can retain their services, but then also have them hopefully be able to do both the counseling position and the behavioral analyst position in one position to save us, again, additional funding, additional money towards the position. I had Dave Paoli review the contract. As you can see, there is a buyout that's required because whenever you take a contracted employee away from a contracted agency, there is a buyout that goes with that. What we did is I didn't feel comfortable doing the buyout knowing that in a year from now, the employee could leave and we paid that money up front. We don't pay the same amount that other districts are going to be able to pay that position. We know that going in. So with what we pay and what we would pay the contracted agency, combining that with making it a counselor position and a behavioral analyst position, in the end, we believe will save the district money even by doing the buyout. Dave put into the contract that if the employee leaves in the first year, they have to pay back $10,000 of that buyout of $18,000. And if they leave in year 2, they have to pay back $5,000 of that money to protect the district's interests in doing that kind of a move.
Is she required to start at least one day of work before we would be required to pay the $18,500 buyout fee?
Can you repeat that?
At what point do we have to pay the $18,500 buyout fee?
I'm going to defer to HR.
So she could technically sign a contract tomorrow, not start in the fall. We will have paid an $18,500 buyout fee, and her portion would be $10,000 back to the district. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, there is risk involved. These positions, these employees are very hard to find. We're going to run into a similar situation with Spanish that I'm going to have to bring to you guys down the road. There are some positions that we may not be able to hire. And we're going to have to get creative, because if I can't offer certain positions, it is going to have an effect. This one is not one that we have to have in order to open up on August 3rd. But we believe strongly in the work that we've seen done and the impact it's had, and Mr. Wilkinson can speak to this, the impact it's had on his school and on his staff. And we believe that it is worth the investment to bring this employee on. We have set our expectations. We have had conversations to ensure this is where they want to be. Nothing's guaranteed in life, but we do feel that the risk reward here is in a world where hiring is very difficult, that it is in our best interest to move forward. Leah?
I just wanted to share that there is something in the contract that says if she does not start, then we get money. I don't know the exact language, but there is clause in the bio contract from the company about if she doesn't start, then we would get the money back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is an employee that has been contract, so she's been working here, and we're just making it a full-time position and absorbing her, is that what?
We are taking her from her contract agency and making her a Fountain Hills employee. But in doing that, and this is the same with special ed teachers, we're going to most likely have to contract for special ed next year. We have 0 applicants that I'm aware of, and we have several openings. I can tell you that Scottsdale has the same problem, Paradise Valley has the same problem. Special ed teachers right now there's just none available. So we have to be creative in some of these positions. Now, I understand that this position is not, again, required for us to open August 3rd, but we have had, and I have had conversations with families early when I started. If behaviors in the classroom don't change, we are pulling our children. Now, I can safely say that in several of those conversations, I followed up with those parents, and they've seen drastic improvements, and they are staying. So every kid we lose is $5,000 a year for the rest of time. So, if 3 kids leave in 1 year, that makes up almost that money, not all the way. But 1 kid leaves in 4 years, we've lost that money. So that's why I think the risk reward is worth doing. It's not ideal, I understand that, but hiring conditions are not ideal across every walk of life, and especially in education.
How long has the employee worked here?
Since January.
And I know from our teacher surveys, when we were getting updates from FHEA, behavior was a huge issue. That was one of their biggest complaints, and why they would think about leaving is if the behaviors weren't. So it wasn't even just a parent thing, it was teacher as well.
Correct.
So I have just a few follow-up questions on that. It's my understanding that she will then be the one counselor at the elementary school?
Correct.
And we
And
would
so
not be allocating funds for another counselor, is that correct?
that is correct, and we've already been approved for the safety grant for McDowell Mountain. We believe strongly that we will get the other 2. The only reason we got the first one early is because we already had that position on the safety grant from the past, and they renewed those first. So her half or 60%, whatever HR decides to make that contract work, will be covered by the grant. So we're only really at an M&O covering the other piece of it, which is the behavioral analyst. I'm not going to say it's exactly half, but it's roughly half.
And we're not stepping on any grant regulations by having her do both positions if their time allocated?
We will verify that, but regardless, we've had that conversation. The position is, to me, that critical to keep enrollment, keep our teachers moving forward. It has drastically changed the whole culture and climate of that school. So we will get back to you on that. I don't see why it wouldn't but again, I thought that through as well. And I've actually, Krista's working on getting an answer for that. But I do think that with the positions we've cut and the savings we're already bringing in for next year, some class sizes are going to go up. We've talked about that in the past. Having someone on campus to address those behaviors and be in classrooms and assisting our teachers, especially during a move and all new consolidation, I just think it's something that we want to continue with as a district.
Are there any other questions regarding?
Oh, can I say one more thing?
Yep.
We cut a position of counselor at the high school at this time. So that also frees up, if we do have to pay for this fully. Our counselors will be, Lorenz is going to do 10 through 12. And the new middle school counselor will be 6 through 9. And the reason we did that was, one, currently the middle school counselor has 5 grades. They will now only have 4, so it's still a reduction. And the high school counselor will not have freshmen, which is a big part of that job. And we'll be able to focus on 10, 11, 12. And we also feel that the transition from middle school to high school will be smoother, keeping the same counselor on board for that critical freshman year. We're going to pilot it. If it does not work to the expectations we have and we have other counseling needs, then we may have to look at filling another high school counselor position for 24-25. But we've already made that decision that we're going to go with just 2 counselors on the high school, middle school campus, because there's still 2 if there was a crisis like a death or some kind of tragic event where we need counselors on campus. We'd still have 2 instead of 1.
I have one last question. The third bullet for qualifications and requirements, it says consults with administration, teachers, and staff to develop targeted and comprehensive interventions for students. Goes on. Is there a reason that parents aren't included in that? Does the behavioral analyst work with families as well?
Of course,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, we just have to remember that, in that moment, when a parent is not available, we still have to intervene, right?
Of course. I
In
just
local
wondered why that
parentis.
was
So
left out.
Well, it says that down farther, it says consults with parents, staff, and outside agencies as appropriate or necessary.
Yeah. So
If you go down to.
We've voted on the
like-
job description, so now
Yeah.
we're talking about the contract
Right.
issuance.
Are there any other questions regarding the contract? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the contract issuance for the certified behavior analyst.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the meeting schedule for the board for the 23-24 school year. You were given 2 different options. Currently, the board meets on the 2nd and 4th Wednesdays of the month. Unfortunately, that requires us to reschedule some meetings based on holidays, spring break, fall break, and senior night, which is why we're here on a Tuesday instead of tomorrow, Wednesday, because tomorrow's senior night. So we gave you another option of the 1st and the 3rd Wednesdays. Does anyone have any comments on which one you prefer?
I just have a question. Since on the original one, let's say the 2nd and 4th Wednesdays.
Yep.
We would not be meeting, we would not have a work study session November, December, or May, but yet on the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays, we are meeting in November and in May.
Right.
So I was just wondering if we can delete them since we have so many extra meetings anyway.
No.
Whenever we need them.
No. See, the whole point is to not have extra meetings.
Yeah,
and-
that would
and
be
that's-
nice.
That's the thing is that, well, and right now, because there's been so many different things come up, but that was the whole point of the 1st and the 3rd is so that the meetings would be consistent throughout the year. The only time there wouldn't be 2 meetings is in December. The work study sessions are important, just like this meeting. Like, we don't have another meeting in May.
Right.
So, it's 9:40 at night and we're still here and we're not
Yeah.
even close to being done. So that's the problem when you only have 1 meeting is you have to cram everything in. And I'll just tell you that probably in your email in the next couple days, there's going to be another meeting that has to be scheduled because we were just notified by Tyler there has to be a budget revision done by Monday. So.
Okay. Well, I prefer the 1st and 3rd Wednesday personally.
Ditto.
Okay, so I will move that the board approve the schedule for the 23-24 school year with the first and third Wednesdays. Do I have a second on that?
A second.
I have a motion and a second to move to first and third Wednesdays for 23-24. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Next is the GPEMC, otherwise known as Guppy Mac, intergovernmental agreement for 23-24. Kane, I'll let you speak about Guppy Mac since
Sure.
you are
Yep.
the one that goes.
Yep, Madam President, members of the board and guests. So Guppy Mac provides me and Alicia opportunities to get legislative updates, policy changes, law changes, all kinds of additional information to keep our district moving forward and being in the know. We don't have anybody on staff that, can research and do all those things. So for $3,100 a year, it provides a lot of opportunity for me to get updates about what's happening so that I can prepare our district for any changes that we've had. And we've had several changes. Early in the year, I sent out a very long document of all the law changes, from the Pledge of Allegiance to Parents' Bill of Rights. Those things come to us. We got to make sure we're doing those correctly. It also provides me an opportunity to meet with other superintendents, and that is very important in any job, is to collaborate and work with people who've done it for a long time and be able to bounce ideas and things off of them, because I don't have that experience, and having a group that I can do that with is important. They also offer for the CFOs and business managers opportunities to meet collectively so they can make connections, they can work together. The Auditor General presents, other Arizona leaders come and present. So it's, for me, just being in the know of what's going on in Arizona education, being in a small kind of rural community here where I don't have as much access to some of those things with my staff. It's a one-year contract, by the way.
Can I get clarification? Do any of those regulations come from ASBA as well?
They do if they become policy, but sometimes, as we find out, sometimes that ASBA has maybe not updated a policy yet. They're working on it. And so giving us updates on, like, for example, I got information about just recently about the budget that's going through at the state level, and the possibility that schools might get $300 million for additional one-time funds. So it allows me to start working with my team when I get that information to start thinking about how are we going to utilize that money down the road. And like I said, it's a very lonely district office, so when I do have the opportunity to have other experts and other people share information with me, it just keeps me in the know and keeps me, kind of like my professional development, up to date.
I had kind of a similar question, because I was under the impression that ASBA did kind of act as a watchdog for, legislative changes that would require new policies to be put in place. And in fact, on our ASBA proposal submission for the political agenda, it says you may submit additional priorities you would like the legislative committee to consider.
Sure.
So if ASBA has a legislative committee that should be acting kind of as a watchdog on things like that, is this not a duplicate?
It is not a duplicate. In fact, a lot of times with ASBA, it's reactive. We find out once a policy's been decided or something has happened. We have to have the ability for our employees to be able to work with other districts, other educational leaders, and find out where our state's going on different things so that we can be proactive and be prepared for things. And I can say that, when I started, I didn't know what a Guppy Mac was. Like everyone taught, I don't even know what it is. But by going to the meetings and going and spending time there, it's been very valuable. I get updates on email. When we have meetings, they have different leaders speak. They talk about innovative things they're doing in their districts. It's a way for me to connect with other superintendents, and that's, in any job, it's important to connect with other people that do the same work as you so that you can take ideas and learn from that.
And does ASBA not have any kind of, because I know that they do have events that include superintendents, but they don't have anything focused on superintendent services
I mean,
and
they-
support there?
I have not been, other than going to like a workshop, like an ASBA workshop, which we've done, some of you have done, and I've done, or a law conference or something like that, but no, this is updated information. I get updates from them possibly weekly, maybe even more than once a week, of what's just going through the I mean, there's a lot of bills going through the legislature right now that, if passed, will have an impact on our schools, and for me to find out about it after the fact, I mean, I can't, like I said, I'm not saying I'll know everything and get everything right, but having that information helps me a ton to be able to know what's coming our way. So I just think it's collaborative opportunities for us to work together to make sure we're all on the same page.
When you say proactive versus reactive, how are they proactive with legislation when kind of, you kind of have to wait on their
Because they give us
outcome?
updates on where bills are, where they're headed, what's
are
been
they-
introduced.
Okay, but are they leading the direction that they feel it should go? Like, are they recommending any action there or anything?
Well,
like that, or-
I don't know what they recommend. I can just say that what they send me is, this bill is in this committee, or this bill is now moving to the governor, or this bill is, whatever. I mean,
So, but similar to ASBA, because I know ASBA will say, this prop is not good. They will come out and take stances on things. Does this group do the same thing?
I'm sure that as educators, they take stances on things, yeah, but I have not felt in any way that what they send me pressures me into how I think at all. I mean, you look at the facts, you look at what's there. I mean, a lot of these things are out of my control. If the legislature passes something, I have to implement it, so.
Well, that's kind of what I was wondering
yeah.
with, because if
I don't
ASBA's
make a political
reactive.
statement. I don't contribute anything that says that this bill should pass or that bill should pass. I got a lot to do here, so, yeah. I just want to know what's coming my way, and I find that the meetings I have with all those people who have tons of experience for a young superintendent is very valuable to me. I have to have people to talk to.
There's not like a Facebook group?
No. Well, there might be, but I don't have an
He
account.
doesn't do social media.
Yeah, I know.
But
How
I can
often-
say that one difference between Scottsdale and Fountain Hills is in Scottsdale, I had a large group of colleagues to bounce ideas off of, talk to, sometimes just need someone to listen to you, right? And so this group, along with others, allow me to have that, and I just.
It's also a way to find,
Yeah, I
like,
mean, for-
ideas that, from other districts
Yes.
that work, bigger districts that work, that he's not reinventing the wheel, and,
It's
you
a
know,
very
he gets
minimal cost.
information from them, and how often does Guppy Mac meet?
Monthly, probably monthly. Sometimes I go by Zoom, and sometimes I
You
drive
go in
down there.
person?
I think this is very worthwhile.
Are there any other questions regarding Guppy Mac? Okay. I move that the board approve the membership to GPMEC.
EMC.
Yeah, GPEMC for the 23-24 school year. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I have one nay from Madison, 4 yeas. Motion carries. The ASBA proposal submission for the 24 political agenda. So each year, ASBA hosts a conference in September. Prior to that, they always send districts ideas for their political agenda and what you would like to see the legislature change, what you'd like to see implemented. You've been provided with some of their ideas, but you were also provided with the minutes from last year's board on things that we submitted. That usually you submit 5. Last year we submitted 7. You can submit as many as you want, but they asked that you put them in a priority. Last year, it was to revise the school finance formula to provide stable and dedicated revenue source, less reliant on the general fund or annual legislative appropriation, provide dedicated school capital funding consistent with the constitutional requirement of a general and uniform public school system, ensure the formula addresses the unique financial needs of the schools serving students in poverty and in rural and remote schools, and D, funding distance learning at 100%. So that was our first one. The second was to fully fund full-day kindergarten and include kindergarten students in override calculations. Right now, the state only funds half-day kindergarten. The rest of that comes out of the override that we asked for 2 years ago. We also asked to fully restore ninth grade CTE, CTED eligibility and funding to allow students to explore career fields and or certification completion. Number 4 was to establish financial and academic transparency for all institutions and individuals that accept public funds. 5, to eliminate unfunded mandates and administrative burdens. 6 was to ensure local control and flexibility in managing funds and programs when possible, given the Arizona constitutional requirements of a general and uniform public school system. And 7, to change the override budget increase language to better reflect what voters are being asked to support, because that becomes confusing. So those were the ones that the last board submitted. I can't say they've changed a lot since I've been on this board. Anybody would like to add to it? Talk about what you feel would be
I think the first 2 that you put, the revised school finance formula with all the bullet points that go underneath, is my first choice too, and fully fund, full-day kindergarten was my second. I did have a couple other things that were different, but, trying to think, one of the things is to increase the compulsory attendance age from 16 to 18. And to get a high school diploma by 18, I know there's several states that do give you more time, especially students that move in from other countries and everything, they're able to have until 18 years of age to finish.
Madison, Libby, anything?
I'd like to say that I do find it interesting that, you know, we release a political agenda, especially since this is really not supposed to be political. I think that our political position and the stewardship that we have there is honestly to represent our community and maybe fight some of the over-regulation that comes from other associations and agencies as well as the government. I think we saw a lot of that during the COVID years where it felt like control was taken away from local leadership, and I think that that's a strong focus. I thought it was interesting that ASBA had in here preserve and strengthen local control. Yeah, those are my thoughts.
Okay. Libby?
My thoughts are similar. I think that ASBA took a step in the right direction in February of 2022 when it left the National School Board Association, but I don't find their policies that we've gotten as a board to be pro-parent, nor do I feel that their trainings are pro-board. I don't believe that we should use our taxpayers' funds in a roundabout way to lobby our legislators for items that they may not believe in, especially at a time when our district seems to be repeating the mantra that we have no funds. So I have nothing to add.
I think the School Board Association is the overall arching guidance for us. We're school board members, and this is the association that's above us, guiding us on what to do, and they let us know different things that are coming along in the legislature and everything. So I understand being part of this, like any professional development for teachers, administrators, everybody else.
Sorry, Lily, I'm gonna have to argue with you again. I do not believe that ASBA's above us. We use them. I know you don't like the word utilize. We use them for a service. They provide a service to us and we pay them for that. They're a business, they make money, which is fine. But we are not accountable to them and we do not answer to them. Again, they are there to serve and support us, not the other way around. They are a useful resource. However, as I've shared before I was even a board member, I found that a lot of the resources that they offer us, I found elsewhere. I was able to attend trainings. I was able to learn about a lot of the things that they eventually taught us. And so I disagree a little bit with that.
Well, they are a school board association, so we're part of, we are school board. So as far as I'm concerned, if we're, getting any guidance or trainings, it would be good to work with them.
I agree that they don't govern us, but I think it's a beneficial working partnership, especially when it comes to policy. I know that, some people have a lot of free time that they can figure out the policy and bring it back to be implemented. I personally do not have that free time. And so I can't spend my days down at the Capitol figuring out what the policies are, so I do appreciate the policy information that we get from ASBA.
And just remember too, that we get policy, we have the ability to make regulations, we have the ability to go outside of that. But when we do, we have to use legal to address that. And when you start doing that for every policy, that gets quite expensive. So again, what they're providing us is, here's your state regulations, here's your state laws, here is what our attorneys collectively feel will keep you moving forward if you follow these policies. Do they change? Yes. Do the courts change? Absolutely. So it's in our best interest to continuously go. I urge everyone to go to law conferences. They do a lot, they help a lot, and we can, as we see fit, make regulations and make changes to make sure that we are locally supporting our kids and do what we want to do as the Fountain Hills School District. Okay?
And we don't have to support, we don't have to send anything in for their political agenda. We don't have to give them any ideas on what's important to Fountain Hills. Like I said, I've been on this board for 11 years, and I can't say that any of our political things, they're not really political things. They're things that we'd like to see. I mean, I've been saying I wanted them to fund all-day kindergarten since I joined this board because that's annoying to me, but, same with CTED programs and, having, I would like schools to have the same regulations, whether you're a charter school, private school, public school. It's really hard for me to know that a charter school that is basically a private school funded with taxpayer dollars can take, tax credits and do different things with them than we can. We struggle for every dollar we get, and yet we're told exactly what we can do with it, and each time it becomes less and less. So I would like to see the government release that let school districts put the money where they need to put it. Like right now, we could have, hundreds of thousands, we don't, but we could have hundreds of thousands in tax credit dollars, and still we can't fix the plumbing with it. I mean, that's annoying to me, that there's no oversight letting districts do what they need to do with the money, but other entities can pretty much do whatever they want. So I would like the playing field to be equal. So,
And that was one of the points that I wanted also.
Krista,
The
when does this have to be
transparency.
turned into ASBA?
I believe it's at the end of May.
All right, so either we vote to add things, to send in a suggestion from Fountain Hills, or a motion that we don't do that this year. Do I have any motions?
I move we abstain from submitting ASBA our 2024 political agenda.
I second.
Okay. I have a motion to abstain from submitting a political agenda. And a second, any in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Yeah, I'm a nay too, but, so Dana, did you vote yay?
I did.
Okay, so 3-2, motion carries to abstain this year. Okay. Next up is the overnight trip for the volleyball team, June 9th to the 10th. This one is for Lakeside. The coach has submitted all of her paperwork. Do I have any questions regarding the volleyball tournament in Lakewood, or Lakeside, sorry? Hearing none, I move that the board approve the girls' volleyball trip to Lakeside, June 9th to the 10th.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next
Not
up.
Lakeside, by the way.
You what?
It's in Pine Top. But
Pine Top Lakeside. They're one thing.
Just saying.
It says, right, Blue Ridge
I
High
know.
School.
That Blue Ridge is in Pine Top.
Thank you
All
for the transparency.
Right. That's funny because their address says Lakeside.
I know.
Right.
That's where my church is, and that's Pine Top.
Says the man from up north. Okay, fine. Next up is the girls' volleyball trip to Sholo, June 23rd to the 24th. Again, the coaches' paperwork is all in order. So do I have any questions or comments regarding this volleyball trip?
I move that we approve the overnight over 100-mile field trip for the girls' volleyball trip.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Next up is the 2023 election items. Again, these election items have to be turned into Maricopa County elections no later than May 11th. The first up is the sell, lease, or exchange of the vacant land, which are the three properties that Fountain Hills owns. Dr. J has recommended that he did not have interest in selling these lands, but again, elections are board decisions. While he can make recommendations, it is essentially the board's vote that decides. Are there any comments about the vacant land?
I agree with Kane completely. I think that it would just cause a lot of friction in the community again, and I think that right now, those assets are not the ones we should be looking at.
I agree. They're not worth enough to fix the things that we need fixed, and I think it would take a long time to find a developer who got plans approved from the town and was able to build on that land, so I think it will be a hard sell. So I will motion that the board does not approve election for the vacant land.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the sell lease exchange of the Four Peaks building. We've heard lots of information about this. Does anyone have any questions regarding Four Peaks?
Just comments.
Yep.
Voting in favor of this doesn't mean we're gonna lease it, sell it, or trade it.
That's correct.
It's just maybe a board 5 to 10 years from now that would do something. If we're gonna do something, that's another vote down the road. So all we're doing, if we put this on the ballot, is saying, yeah, when the time comes and we need to sell it, or it makes sense to sell it, or do something else with it, lease it, fix it, whatever,
Right.
we'll have that vote then.
If it goes on the ballot and the voters approve it, we have 20 years to decide whether we were going to sell it, lease it, or exchange it. So it's just, if we're gonna call for an election, it's adding it to the ballot so that we can have it out there.
And the leasing situation is, we're doing now. But there's a limit to how long you can contract a lease without going to the vote of the people that own the building.
I think if there's not necessarily a rush to do something with the building, then there's not a rush, right? So either it's pressing and we need to act on it and put it to the vote and sell it and lease it and get that taken care of so that we don't have the expense and we have the income and all of that squared away, or else we shouldn't be putting it to election so that we can sit on it for a few years, especially in a non-election year where it's gonna cost more.
I think we have to look at other, triple net leases are typical in the industry, and I think that's an alternative. But again, that's for another vote. All we're doing in this vote is saying, give us the opportunity as a board when the time comes. We'll have a discussion. Community will be involved. The people that have a direct interest in it, like the neighbors, will give us their opinions and we'll vote. Now, we may all be off the board by the time that happens. But.
Yeah, I also want to share that we did send a letter to our renters explaining what was happening, and also that our intent is to give them as much time as possible to make other arrangements. Some of them may be possible for them to move to McDowell Mountain and utilize space there if this were to go in. My concern is that I've been tasked with being financially responsible as best, to look at the finances and look for ways where we can better ourselves. And when I see that it's $116,000 in loss, I have to bring that to the attention of everyone and say, that is a big loss for our district, and it comes out of M&O funds, which means that, you know, when I broke it down, these are all coming out of the same pot of money that I pay teachers with, okay? Even if we had increased rent and bring in additional people, to make 116,000, we bring in 88,000 now in rent, to bring it up another 116,000, and then we have some kind of major issue there, that's coming out of money that goes to kids now. That money, if it's a major system, sewage, major air conditioning, I have to fix it as the landlord, right? And so my feeling is overall is that I was asked plenty of times when we went through the bond last time to address this. I went through all the letters of the editor, I reviewed all of them, I reviewed all my notes from all the meetings I went to, and it was a pretty common theme out there that the buildings, too much square footage, we need to sell those buildings. And I'm doing what was asked of me. You know, that was what was asked of me. I took that feedback and bring it back. So, like I said, I agree with Dana that I don't see any of our renters moving out anytime soon. I shared with them, we'll continue to rent, we'll continue to do the best job that we can. But again, this is a loss to the district that's significant. And if a couple of our renters move over to the McDowell Mountain, it could be as high as $160,000, $170,000 a year savings to the district that could go to other things.
Well, like I say, you can write their leases, you know, it has to be agreed to by both parties, but if our lease says, this is a triple net lease, there's CAM charges, common area maintenance, so anything that is required for that building, the renters have to cover that cost. That's what CAM charges do.
And I think that right now, when you look at the costs, like the SRP cost alone, right? I think part of that is that we have very old equipment and we don't have energy efficient things in there. Sure. And so could you bring that down by investing money in the building? Yes, but we can't invest money into a building that
no
is for,
ROI on that at all.
well, and it's not for kids. So you have those costs that are high. The insurance just to have that building open, as you saw, was $50-some thousand as well. And then you factor in the maintenance charges were not custodial was $20,000 out of that whole big number that we proposed to you earlier. That was roughly what we spend over there. The rest of that was M&O repairs, so air conditioning repairs, plumbing repairs, other things like that. So again, if we're talking about saving money, and that's what I've heard over and over again, we have to look at every opportunity to save, every opportunity to put money aside. This is, for me, I guess I'm confused, because this is a loss,
Like
and we got to address it.
We do, and all we're talking about tonight is the opportunity to do it. We'll have a discussion about whether we do it
Correct.
or how we do it
Correct.
at another time.
Correct.
So I have two comments. One is regarding having the renters move to McDowell Mountain. I mean, we've kind of had this conversation, and I know it's for another night and it's late, but I would not sleep well if I don't share this. If we move them to McDowell Mountain, we're now opening more of the building that needs repairs that we said we were not going to repair. We're going to incur operating costs, and we were promised that we were only going to keep the preschool wing, and that is concerning to me that we are suddenly now offering and discussing deals with some of these lessees to move to McDowell Mountain.
I have not, all I've said is it's
Secondly-
opportunity.
Secondly, I would be jumping on the sell, lease, or exchange of Four Peaks if we would say, okay, on 1/1 of 2024, we're going to give our teachers that estimated 4% raise that we're going to save from closing Four Peaks, in addition to the 100-day student count raise that they potentially would get. So if we're going to sit here tonight and guarantee that, yes, our teachers are going to see those funds and a 4% raise on January 1st, heck yes, I'm there. If not, I think that we need to talk to businessmen in the community and see if they're willing to front $100,000 to lease the building from us, take on all of the responsibilities of all of the maintenance and repairs, because I think that there's business owners in our community that would be interested, or investors in our community that would be interested in doing that.
Yeah, and let me clarify, if we can give the 4% raise, enrollment stays where it's at, absolutely, that's what I put in the letter. That's my whole point, is every chance I get to give our teachers raises, that's what I want to do to retain them. All I stated about McDowell Mountain is one, if we decide that we want to open that up to renters, it's a possibility. I want out of the rental business. I told you, it is hard for us to run a district and be a landlord and handle these other issues. And I agree that the building does have needs at McDowell Mountain that we would be putting a strain on. My thought is there are some renters there that only work in the nights and on weekends, and it's a possibility to possibly rent to them. I'm not saying we have to do, I'm just trying to find other ways to generate income. But it's very important to me, to the renters that are there, that we give them as much time as possible. And I would hope that if we ever do get to that point, that we could work with whatever developer to also honor that and give them as much time as possible.
Again, this isn't a discussion
Sure.
for what's on the agenda tonight.
Yeah.
So I call for the question.
Okay. Do I have a motion to put the Four Peaks building on the ballot for election to sell, lease, or exchange?
I so move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to call for election for the Four Peaks building to sell, lease, or exchange. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I have 2 nays and 3 yeas. Next up is the McDowell Mountain building. As we've discussed, that it's not recommended that this building be put up for sale or lease or exchange due to the fact that we will have the preschool there. And if the district grows in enrollment, then it's a possibility for us to move back into that building. So I'm going to motion that we do not put the McDowell Mountain building up for sell, lease, or exchange.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the DAA override, which is the capital override. Again, during other conversations, Dr. J has asked that we do not put this up on the ballot. He has told the community that he's tried to save and that he would not go for both the DAA and the bond. So I'm going to move that we do not put the DAA override up for election for the 2023 election.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Can I get clarification on that second?
It was me.
It was Madison. Next up is the bond. It is the recommendation of Dr. J that the district go for a $25 million bond with a 15-year payback. We had the presentation from Stiefel. That is part of your packet. We also have it available should we need to put it on the screen if anyone has questions. Are there questions or comments regarding the bond?
Can I just clarify?
Yep.
So the needs, like I said, I shared with you breakdown of costs for all buildings. That a year, it has gone up in time. We won't be able to fix every piece of every equipment, every building with that money. But what we can do is through working collaboratively like we've done with the Facility Use Committee, we will put together an oversight committee that will help make sure that all those dollars are spent the correct way. The first task they would have is to create a business plan and something we can bring to our community that has details of what are the priorities, what do we want to attempt to fix first. The Gordon report is very valuable because that is an outside independent company that comes in and gives us just straight up, this is what your needs are, this is what it is in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years moving forward. As I stated, 75% of our buildings are in high-risk areas. So I thought 25 million put us in a spot where we could really enhance, fix, and make the district update it to a point where hopefully we don't have to go out for anything else in the near future. Anything that will qualify under school facility boards or is eligible for, we would go for that reimbursement as well. But it allows us that opportunity. When I looked at the amortization rate, time, looking at the information, any kind of tax increase I know is tough for people. So some districts, I found out, they pay it back quickly. That's just something they've done. It's who they are. Other districts push it out farther. When I looked at that and consulting with my team, we felt that with the 15-year that it gave us, it's going to increase obviously taxes, but not as high as like a 10-year, but it also is going to pay off that debt faster, which I heard from our community was important to them. One of the big questions I had was, if the district goes under or is consolidated with an outside group, we get stuck with that debt. That is not accurate. The debt goes with the new consolidation district, and that community takes on our debt. So factoring everything in, I've said this over and over again, the buildings will not fix themselves. They're going to get worse and worse. It's a matter of, do we want to fix this, or do we want to put it obviously on, down the road? And after looking at everything, I believe that getting our buildings up to par will help not only cut costs on M&O, I believe will help raise enrollment, and I think will also help retain our staff. So that's how I came to that recommendation.
And remember, this is an authorization to sell bonds. We're not, we're going to vote again to actually sell the bonds.
Correct.
Does that make sense? Just like the last one, all we're doing is asking the community to give us authorization to sell $25 million worth of bonds at some point in the future.
And we did in 2013, there was 2 bond authorizations, each for $4 million on different occasions to meet those needs. So if we don't spend the money, obviously, then we don't have to pay it back. But it's the authorization, like you said, to be able to take on these big projects and be responsible with it and make sure there's lots of oversight so that the community knows that those dollars are being spent where they need to be. There will always be some, I think, difference of opinion on some priorities and what we want to do. But again, there are real needs of the district, and they do need to be addressed at some point.
If it passes in November, it might be a year before we can actually go out and sell bonds.
And my understanding from our presentations, those can be refinanced as well over time.
Yeah, well, as long as it makes sense.
Well, right, but if we, with where we're at today, it may make sense down the road. So, and then also just looking at the fact of, don't know where prices are going. By waiting a year, we've already, the costs have already gone up. Tyler's building a couple schools in Higley. He said it's safe to say 25% increase in costs. I don't see those prices changing soon, and I see our needs continuing to get more and more critical. So again, all I do is make a recommendation. It's your choice.
Madison, did you have a question?
I have a lot of thoughts on this. I think that I am of the opinion that it's a little too early. I think that we saw a lot of people that were really unhappy, and I do want to say that I believe that it's a distrust with the overall education system, not our district specifically, because a lot of the people that I know that did not support the bond and override are very supportive of our district, volunteer their time, give money directly. There's a lot of other ways to support the district besides checking a box on a ballot. I think that if we are going to lease sell for peaks, maybe that can alleviate not only some of the loss, but it can bring some income. We're up students. I think that if we can wait a year, that might be best, because we'll save the cost on the election and we don't run a risk of paying extra for election and then having it not pass.
Well, if we're running an election,
We're running an
it
election.
doesn't matter.
We already voted to run the election.
If we already run the election, then we may as well put both things on there. Just as our houses would if they fall apart, we can't just sit there and wait until the roof completely falls on us before we fix the leak. Or the same thing with air conditioning. I know what it's like to be a teacher and not have air conditioning working, and Arizona's a lot hotter than Ohio was. So we're not asking the voters to pay that much. We saw what it would cost. And I know from living in Illinois, living in Ohio, I paid a lot more in taxes than we pay here, and that's why
And look at the state of their
Arizona's,
education system.
the education system in Arizona is ranked as low as it is. And we need to put money into things.
And I
this
just,
is one of them.
and let me just clarify too, that I tried, and again, I hear the trust thing, I hear that. But I also think that part of the trust issue is there's been misinformation out there, and it continues to be out there, and I'm trying my best to fix that. I heard over and over again that the 2013 bond was misspent, money's missing, and I made that public, it's all there. It was all
So-
spent.
Is part of the trust issue calling me last week and telling me if you don't have a 5-0 vote, you're not putting it on the
No, I
agenda?
said, what I said is that I would like to see the whole board come together.
That is not what you said.
And I said that if we can't come together, it puts a lot of stress on all of us. And I believe that our job is to support the kids of this community.
I agree.
And when we have division, it's very challenging for us to move forward.
Look, I believe we're heading in the right direction, and I think you're doing a good job, and we have teachers that are highly satisfied with you. But we're continuing to follow some of the advice of people who have gotten the district in this situation in the first place. Our buildings are in disrepair because they weren't taken care of. We've donated dog park land to the town, or exchanged it for $1, and Four Peaks, part of that property, making that parcel less appealing, and now kind of kicking ourselves because we could have had ongoing commercial revenue stream from the dog park. These things haven't helped the district so far. We've listened to presentations this past month that said, well, we want to pass a bond now before the tax rate gets so low it feels like a tax hike. 2023 is much better than 2024 to get a yes vote. It only confirms to me that we're only going out, are we really going out for a vote for the right reasons? I firmly believe that we need to regain the public's trust. We've had a terrible year of elections that have been damaging on our town, damaging on our community, and damaging on our school district. And I think we need to allow that proper healing, that proper trust. We need to ensure that we're not offering curriculum or asking for purchase orders where the vendors host seminars that are entitled Dismantling White Supremacy Within Systems and Self. These are all things currently happening. We have to make change. It really doesn't matter what we vote for on this bond and what we comment, because tomorrow the pitchforks and axes are going to come after me for my stance. But I firmly believe we need to heal as a district before we're causing more division.
I'm just going to come back and say that we need, my recommendation is that we have to support our children. And right now, there are needs that the district has that need to be supported. And you're right. I've never seen the politics the way they are today in this town. And I can tell you that if my thought is that as a group, having unification of this is what we want, this is what we're trying to get done, is really important, and I feel that way. The only reason I'm bringing this recommendation is because it's in the best interest of our teachers, our kids, and our community. For me to have to, hear these things that are not accurate, these things that aren't true, is taxing on my staff, on me, on everybody. So yeah, I can say that a couple weeks ago, I felt very strongly that I don't want to go through this again. It was awful. But I can say that it hasn't been that way in this town. And right now, whether, again, all we're doing is pushing off something. I'm not asking for something that, we may or may not need. This is going to happen. So when we talk about decisions that are made and about decisions that were made in the past that weren't right, the longer we push this off, what happens when a day comes when a building's condemned And we can't have students in there. The question's gonna be, why wasn't this dealt with in the past? And so.
Fear mongering.
It's not, it's not.
Experiencing here.
Well, and
Okay.
one of the questions to ask is why,
I call for the question.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter.
I move that we approve the recommended bond election.
I second.
I have a motion and a second to call for the election for the 2023 election period. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
I have 3 yeas and 2 nays, Krista. There are no information discussion items, future action. If there's something you'd like to see on a future agenda, please contact Dr. J or Krista. Upcoming meetings, currently, our next meeting will be June 7th for a business meeting, and then June 28th for another business meeting and work study session. But as I stated earlier, chances are there's going to have to be a meeting in the next few days for budget.
Can we make that determination now?
We're waiting on Tyler and Jeremy. Did Jeremy get back to you, Krista?
At time of meeting, I did not have it, but I will check, and I'll call you guys in the morning with it.
So are we looking,
It would either be Thursday or Monday. Tyler can only be available on Thursday, but we're trying to get Jeremy to do it on Monday. Hey, guys, we're still in the middle of a meeting.
Isn't Monday your, Evan?
Monday's
Yeah.
graduation.
Monday's graduation. for
Graduation.
even.
At even.
Monday.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a busy time, so
It is.
Yeah.
I may not be there, but you guys can handle it.
Yeah, so we'll figure it out, but it'll either be Thursday or Monday. Okay? With that, Madison,
I move that we adjourn.
second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's Madison and Libby.
Movement.
I'm sorry. I think it's stupid that we are putting our staff on our town through.
Let the voters decide.